That will be number 4.
Oh, no, she's already there.
Oh, she's already there. Then we have leadership, Sal, Alder Sal Dakota, Alder Jody Ortiz,
Mark Edwards, no, Mark Edwards,
Alder Singh,
Mark Edwards, people with Douglas. Now we got.
Okay. I believe we have a quorum at this point. I will call. We good? All right. We're gonna call this meeting to order at this present time. The Board of Alders, New Haven, the Community Development, will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021 at 6 p.m. via conference. Meeting will be viewed at https://bit.ly/3wtvqij or joined by telephone at 312-626-6799, 301-758592, and enter web ID 07567631. And to add a phone voice only passcode 4899714391 to hear and act on the following. Order of the Board of Alders of the City of New Haven approving the discontinual of a remaining parcel of the former Pulaski Street and approving a development and land dispose agreement with respect to that property known as 793 State Street, New Haven, Connecticut, incorporating said remaining parcel of the former Pulaski Street. This item is on file and available in the Honorable City Town Clerk, 200 Orange Street, Room 202, New Haven, per Honorable Brian Wingate, Chair ATTEST, Honorable Michael B. Smart, City Town Clerk. If you need disability-related accommodations, please call 203-946-7651, voice, or 203-946-8582. Public may send public comment, public testimony, New Haven, ct.gov, or join the meeting via video conference. Meeting can be viewed at the Board of Aldermen YouTube page. Note, since the meeting is remote participated by a quorum of members is express prohibited at the physical location, it will not be present. However, any member of the public may request in writing a physical location and any electronic equipment necessary to attend the meeting in a real time, no later than 24 hours prior to the meeting. Said individual shall have the same opportunity to provide comments or otherwise participate in the meeting as would be offered if the meeting was held in person, with the following exemption under law: if such person lose the ability to participate, become of interpretation, failure, or disagree of such person connected to the meeting by electronic, the community is not required to a quorum or postpone to adjourn or postpone the meeting. Thank you for your patience as I went through that process. Now I will ask the committee to introduce themselves, starting from my left.
They can't see your screen.
So you can't see my screen. So I will ask from the leadership, Alder South Dakota.
South Dakota, Ward 18.
Alder Edwards.
Alder Kim Edwards, Ward 19.
Alder Rodriguez. Alder Rodriguez.
Alder Carmen Rodriguez, Ward 6.
Alder Jody.
Alder Jody,
My,
17.
thank you so much. Alder Cupo.
Alder Ellen Kupo, Ward 8.
Now I would like to recognize the other alders that's participating on the call. Alder Roth, Alder Singh, Santiago, Alder Ortiz, Alder Fester, and Alder Furlow. Is there anybody that I missed that's participating on the call? Thank you. Once again, thank you for your patience as we go through this process tonight. We have one item before us, and I would like to call up anybody who's going to, I would like to call up Carlos to speak to this item. Please name your state, please name your home address and name for the record.
Good evening, Community Development Committee, and good evening, Chair Wingate and the rest of the Board of Alders. Carlos Azaguirre, 244 McKinley, New Haven, Connecticut, 06515. Thank you so much for having me. Mr. Lucas, if you could promote Alex Opasinski, who is the abutting property owner to this, Pulaski Street, this portion of Pulaski Street that we're discussing. He has counsel who was in a car accident. He's okay. You know this counsel. You know this attorney. He's fine, but he won't be able to join us. Attorney Tracton. He just texted me. So we're before you tonight with a couple things. We have a couple of requests here. The first is the discontinuance of the former Pulaski Street, which is not what you would think of as a current street. If I can share my screen, I will just show you guys where I'm talking about, just to orient you guys, since it's not an address that necessarily everyone will be familiar with. So since it is not what we think of as a current street. So let me share my screen. Mr. Lucas, if I can share my screen. Okay, I think I'm good. Hold on one second. Okay, thank you. Can everybody see this? Mr. Chair, can you see this? Okay.
Yes.
So the former Pulaski Street is the portion of property that we're looking at, that we're addressing tonight, is the one outlined in yellow here. As most of you may be aware, probably from having been around New Haven and sitting on the board, around 1961, 1962, the majority of Pulaski Street, which you can see used to run through what is now 91. It was acquired by the state for highway construction to construct 91, which is down here. So therefore, the street at that point no longer really became an active street in any sense at all. In 1971, your predecessors on the Board of Alders ordered this street discontinued, and that was never done. Public Works was supposed to do a survey, and we were those of us on staff were supposed to bring it back to you for a formal discontinuance. That never happened. But for all intents and purposes, the street there was no street anymore. Then again, in 1988, when the idea of this parking lot, the parking lot to your left here of this, or to the south of the yellow property here, is the current Pulaski New Haven Parking Authority parking lot. So this may be familiar. This is St. Stan's across the street. This is Eld Street. La Orchio restaurant is over here. And this is the current parking lot. So in 1988, when this parking lot was contemplated by the parking authority in the city of New Haven, and created, essentially, the redevelopment agency had to sell, who had acquired all these properties for the development of the highway and stuff like that, had to was the redevelopment agency sold this property to the left here to the parking authority, so they could create what is now the Pulaski parking lot. Again, the Alders in 1988, so I'm not going to cast aspersions on what we were doing, what the staff was doing at the time, city staff, but you guys again in 1988 ordered this land, this piece of the former Pulaski Street discontinued. Again, it never formally happened. So, it sort of just became, for those of you familiar, Alder Roth and Alder Festa, Alder Sabin, anyone who's spent some time in the neighborhood, it became sort of a no person's land, and it was, you could see there's cars parked on it. It was prone to illegal dumping. LCI and the building department spent a lot of time here over the years, cleaning it up, trying to find out, we couldn't really figure out I think it was lost to time it had kind of lost to the sands of time who was the owner. And so it was kind of confusing. Mr. Opasinski, who's on the call tonight, is a small local developer. He purchased 793, which is the property here you see in the blue. And that was also a long time vacant building. I think it was about 6 units. It's been vacant for years. Really had fallen into disrepair. And he recently, in the last couple of years, acquired it. He had the building department had a demolition order on it because, again, it had just been left to ruin. And he then demolished the property. What you see here no longer exists because he demolished it about a year ago. So when he approached the city about acquiring this property in yellow, we did some research and we realized that it had never been formally discontinued, meaning that it was still technically a city street, even though, again, you see it doesn't lead to anywhere, and there is no other portion of Pulaski Street visible, that still exists, to my knowledge. So the first thing we're here to ask you guys to do is to formally discontinue the former Pulaski Street, which is just this piece in yellow. It's about it's less than 4,000 square feet of land. Upon formal discontinuance by the Board of Alders, as a matter of state law, I mean, some of you property owners may be aware of this. When a street is formally discontinued, half of the land to the center line goes to one abutter, which would be Mr. Opasinski in blue here, and half of the land goes to the other abutter, which would be the parking authority here, and which is the city of New Haven actually owns the land. So upon discontinuing the land, the city proposes via an LDA to sell the other half of the land, about 1,800 square feet. So this half here, where you see the red car and the white car, let's say, half of the land, 1,800 square feet, for about $11,000. So a market rate sale for such a small piece of land, and about $6 a square foot. And then Mr. Opasinski would then construct 13 units on these two parcels. So not a huge development here. And of which 13% of those units would be deeply affordable. And this has all been, and Mr. Opasinski agreed to this before we had an inclusionary, obviously they were close to having an inclusionary zoning law. So he voluntarily agreed to this. He can tell you a little more, he can show you a little more about what his development looks like, but I will say he's gonna put his business on the first floor. There's gonna be retail spaces here. We're gonna activate. If you guys that are familiar with Upper State Street, this is really probably one of the few major problem properties. I think we've gotten rid of a few over the last couple of years. This is probably the last remaining real problem property in the neighborhood as far as illegal, attracting illegal vehicles, illegal dumping, some squatting. And so, it's really been a long time coming. A lot of people have tried to acquire this property over the years, the property in blue, the vacant building, and the owner, it was a very elderly owner who was never interested in selling. So Mr. Opasinski finally convinced him to sell. He also owns the property directly to the north of the property in blue, which he was also vacant, which he's rehabbed and now has tenants in there as well. So that's sort of what we're asking for tonight. There is, again, you would approve the discontinuance of the former Pulaski Street and then an LDA, which again is a pretty complicated agreement that he agreed to, considering we're only selling 1,800 square feet. But we sort of explained to him that, you know, we really want to maintain some level of control about what we see there. So Mr. Opasinski, in my estimation, was pretty agreeable to agree to do oftentimes, you know, we do these sales. It's a sliver sale essentially. So sorry for being so long-winded. But I hope that I gave you an idea of what we're trying to do here. And if you have any questions about the development, I can stop sharing and Mr. Opasinski can show you a little bit about what he's planning, unless you have any questions of me.
I would ask, do the committee have any questions?
Yes. I can't raise my hand for some reason, but I do have a question.
I recognize
Carlos.
Vice Chair Alder Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for being late, but I had New Haven Rising here banging on my door trying to promote me here. So can you just give me the location again? Is that State Street?
I'm sorry, Alder Douglas. I apologize. I should have led with that. It's on State Street. It's actually on State Street. That's why it's confusing. It's called Pulaski Street because it's a piece of Pulaski Street that used to run perpendicular to State Street. So right, it's next to that Pulaski lot on State and Eld Street, across the street from St. Stan's Church. So it's just a little residential, actually mixed-use section of Upper State Street. La Orchio's across the street, the restaurant, St. Stan's, Booker Street, Washington.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, now I know exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Are there any more questions from the committees at this time? I recognize Alder Ernie Santiago.
Okay, I got a couple of things. First, this is a joint committee meeting, right?
No. That is this present time. This is just community development. No. You at 6:30, you're gonna take over the rings. We're gonna flip it. You take over the rings at 6:30. We're gonna play.
That's what I wanted to know. I'm sorry.
All
just
right.
make sure. Sorry about that.
I don't know if I should call you Scotty right now. Scotty mad, but Scotty mad right now. So I don't know if I can call you Scott. I call you LeBron. I'd be easy.
Because I was trying to find it, I couldn't find it. Sorry about that.
Okay. So from the Community Development Committee, are there any questions in reference to this item at this present time? I see Frank Douglas have his hands up one more time. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to hog the whole plate here, but so if you can just go back now, what was the asking price of this property?
It was about $6 a square foot, which I think comes out to $11,400. I did it based on if for those of you, actually, I think I've been in front of you guys a couple times recently. We've been pricing people are buying up these little sliver lots because these are kind of problem sliver lots with the redevelopment. And so we've been doing a lot of appraisals of these little pieces of land out here. So it's actually usually going for $3 or $4 a square foot, but we're charging him the full price. He agreed to pay the full price as if he was buying the full 4,000 square feet, even though he's only.
And that's $6 a square foot.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then another question. Did he say 13% affordable housing?
Yeah, it's 13% affordable, and this would not be in the strong core of the city, but this would be in the second ring, which is where we're asking, where we're proposing. I don't know what you guys are going to land on. I think 5% affordable for 10 or more units.
And how many units?
I believe 13 units. Am I right, Alex?
13. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice. Okay, so I'm going to recognize Alder Kimberly Edwards for her question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one basic, simple question, actually, at this point. As far as your purchasing of the lot and your use, your planned use of the lot, how has the neighbors or the surrounding businesses responded to what you want to do with it? Have you canvassed them? Have you, gotten input?
Absolutely, and thank you for your question, Alder Edwards. I'm Alex Opashensky, I'm the developer. The neighborhood has been extremely.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Before you
yes.
speak, you must present your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, okay. Alex Opashensky. My address is 185 Bartlett Drive, Madison, Connecticut, 06443.
Thank you. You may proceed.
The neighborhood has been very, very warm and welcoming, as both properties were extremely dilapidated and blighted. One to the extent that structurally, upon being structurally evaluated, was determined that needed to be knocked down, which I did expeditiously after that order came through, without having any, with basically a leap of faith that this entire endeavor would come to fruition, as there was no guarantees on anything. I was knocking down a building that was standing, and I think the church across the street, the principal in the school, walkers by, people there, it has a ton of foot traffic and people, and I run my business from the first floor, and temporarily until I build the building and then move it over next door to the retail space. And people that we, just talking to and passing by are typically very pleased and would like to know, what's going there. And in engaging in conversation with them, generally speaking, are very, very happy to see anything other than what was there for so long.
Thank you. At this time, I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I may just add a little bit, I apologize, I missed something. I just want to make sure you guys are aware of the next steps, if I may.
Yeah, I did have a question in reference to, I don't know if Alder Douglas got a straight answer in reference to how many apartments will be there.
Alex, you want to take that one? I think I might have got the number wrong.
Yes, so it's 15 apartments and 2 retail frontages, of which I intend on occupying both. I wanted to design the building in a way that allows for it to be one, but it wasn't feasible architecturally to meet new construction code. I run a real estate company there. But the apartment units, there will be 15. And 2 of them will be deeply affordable and handicap accessible. One of them will be handicap accessible, or handicap structured, rather.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Carlos.
Thank you, Chair Wingate. The other thing I would say is, Mr. Opasinski did also go to the management team has gone to the management team already, but I think we still have, he will still, regardless of depending on tonight's outcome, if he goes ahead with the development, he will still need to go to, of course, the management team as a courtesy, and then all of our land use, site plan review, city plan commission, that sort of thing. So there still would be multiple opportunities for the community to weigh in on the design and, and having a chance to have their voices heard.
I thank you so much. I appreciate that. Any more questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will take public testimony if we have any. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't see that. Alder Cooper has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was mentioned that the developer has a presentation. Is that correct, Carlos?
Yes, I believe so. Attorney Tracton was supposed to show you the pictures, but I believe Mr. Opasinski has, where did he go? Oh, I see him. Mr. Abstinency has some pictures, drawings, I believe, and actually, yeah, that he can tell you a little. I mean, from what we're seeing, he's drawing stuff that seems pretty consistent with neighborhood character, if not more than some of the stuff we're seeing. So, if that's okay with you, I'll let the chair decide what he wants to, or what you guys want to do.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna pull it up, Alder Cooper. Okay. I will ask other alders if they have any questions at this time. We're gonna proceed with questions.
Alex has something.
Mr. Chair, I think you've been muted.
Thank you, sir.
You're muted, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. My hand is up. I don't know. May I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, you may.
All right. So the other portion of that sliver, Mr. Zaguri, you said that the other, the abutted owner, property owner, has the right to purchase. Have they purchased, or are they in the process of purchasing the other half of that sliver lot? And or does the developer here now plan to purchase the other portion of that from the other property owner? Did I make myself clear?
Yes, no, thank you, Alder Douglas. Yep. So when the street, if the street's discontinued, that 50% of the property to that center line there becomes automatically reverts to the abutter. So that abutter is the city of New Haven as the owner of the parking authority lot. Just like
Okay.
Mr. Papasinski gets the 2,000 feet automatically revert to him. So we have the option of. So we didn't have to purchase it. As a city, we don't have to purchase it once we discontinue.
Okay.
The plan. So
All
we
right.
could either hold it, use it to expand the parking lot of the Pulaski Street parking lot, which we talked to the folks at the parking authority, and there was no desire to expand the Pulaski lot. So really, we have the option then, of course, of selling it to Mr. Opasinski, who's the abutter, and that's what we're proposing to do. So yeah, you're basically
at the
ready.
same.
You don't owe.
At the same rate, at the $6 a square foot.
Yeah, that's a negotiated rate, Alder Douglas. So we just using appraisals that we've been doing in this Upper State Street area for some of the other developments that you've approved over the last couple years. That was a number that we settled on. Actually, like I said, the going rate based on appraisals we've been getting for around there is about for sliver lots, not buildable lots. I should make that clear. For sliver lots that you technically can't build on, including this lot, which you can't build on in its current size. We were charging, it's about 3 to 4 square foot. And this one, they agreed again to pay for the full lot as if they didn't own, because of the work that you guys did and we did, having to discontinue the lot. It's a lot of staff time just to do this little 4,000 square feet, because we have to, draft the order, and we have to do, surveys and title searches and stuff. So we charge him the full as if he was buying the full lot. It's okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay. Alder Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do apologize for missing a little bit of the meeting, but I just wanted to ask, from a tax abatement perspective, is there any tax abatement that is requested on this applicant? And if so, what's the years for the tax abatement, and what is the potential increase in those units per year?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, Alder Crespo. No, there is no tax abatement on this land in this deal at all. This would be upon acquisition. This would be anything he builds would be fully taxable, outside of the things that are already, Actually, there is, I don't think there is any, I don't think he'd be eligible for tax deferral here either, because there is no, there's no property here. There's no building there, but no, there would be no special city tax deal of any kind proposed for this, outside of the things that anybody's can use as of right. So no, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further question at this time.
Thank you. So just waiting for the presentation. If there are any more questions from the committee, we would take them. Okay, so the developer would like to say something. Go ahead, Alex. You gotta unmute yourself.
Okay. So in reference to Alder Crespo's question, obviously, I'm not sure if everyone heard this, but my council got in a car accident prior to this meeting. So this was so I'm here without counsel, which is, it's okay. And I just want to make sure that I understand this is my first development in New Haven. And I want to make sure that I understand the terminology and language right before we go too far down a path that I can't walk back on. When it comes to abate, my plan for this property, similar to the 797 State Street, which is a 2-family home that I own directly adjacent, that's already been renovated. That property, and I'm not sure if this is what we're referring to, has a step down of 4 years where the initial tax assessment value has, upon reassessment, then it goes incrementally up by, I believe it's 25% a year until the updated assessment value is reached. That was in the plan, in the pre-development cost feasibility study. I'm sorry,
Mr. Opasinski, I'm sorry, I misspoke and confused. I think I might have. That's part of the city's tax assessment deferral program. That's as of right. So
okay.
any resident, any residential home is eligible for that. So many of our residents take advantage of that. So you guys may be aware of it. It runs out of Clay Williams and runs the commercial, and Evan Tracton runs the residential out of LCI. So no, I'm sorry. That's Alder Crespo. I didn't mean to be confusing. Of course, like I said, like any as of right tax deferral programs that the city has, which I know you guys have also revisited recently, he is eligible for, but no, there's no specific tax abatement deal. Sorry.
No additional negotiated things, just right. Okay.
So at this present time, there is no tax abatement deal on the table.
No, and just in tax deferral is not negotiated either. Just to be clear, that's as of right.
Okay.
So any property owner can avail themselves of that if they fall within the parameter, if they redevelop a property to a certain percentage, higher percentage.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
And Carlos, thank you so much for that point of clarity. No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Good question. We're still waiting for the presentation. Mr. Lucas, how long is the presentation?
I don't have any things that you just had to.
Oh, okay. All right. So I don't think it's a full presentation, and we're gonna give him some grace considering that his counsel was in an accident tonight, and hopefully everything is all right with the parties that was in the accident. He has his hand up. Okay. Well, there's a picture. We'll take it. Just because your effort, we're gonna take that. Please put it on screen. Alder Cupo.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead. Bring it up a little bit. So if you want to talk through it a little bit, you can do so.
Okay. So this is the front elevation of the building, and in the process of putting this rendering together with my architect, Pat Rose from Pat Tissot and Company, he had very little to say about the conceptual design, and I very much so kind of took the helm on it. he was behind kind of just making it become real. This property, in my opinion, was intentionally designed to embody a lot of key components of architectural relevance to the Upper State Street area, from the materials that will be used to the garden level, living levels, the cast iron railing, stairs, and brick. I think that this building will very much so embody what will almost, people will drive by this building or walk by this building and won't be able to tell that it's new construction necessarily. They will look at it and see East Rock, not some of the other much larger development scales where it's almost a kind of a sterile, there's architectural depth and consideration in every inch of this property, inside and out. I'm not sure, this isn't exactly how I wanted to do this, but this would be a side elevation. Yeah, this would be the rear. And I own an adjacent property to it. It's a 2-family that I could have knocked down and made this a bigger development in you know, the big picture. I didn't do that. I kept the 2-family. It still had charm and was able to be brought back to life. You know, it is completed. Anyone can drive by it. It's beautiful. It's occupied. Well, I think it's beautiful, and it's occupied. And I am in the first floor temporarily until next door gets done. The design on the building and the 2-family will combine. There will be a walkway between the two that go to a combined green space in the back with pergolas, and every bit of it is meant to be where the 2-family is a cousin to the building. Not a direct descendant, but they were very much so complement each other, and collectively complement Upper State Street's architectural and historical charm.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope that supports his mission. Alder Cooper, you good with that?
If I might, Mr. Chair, can I just ask another question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Obuchinsky. I really appreciate you rolling with the punches. And sorry to hear about what's happened with Attorney Tracton. You mentioned that of the 15 apartments, 2 are deeply affordable. Can you talk a little bit about AMI on those 2, and if any of the other units, or what the what rental, oh my goodness, what is the word? I'm sorry. I'm like deeply in the second trimester pregnancy brain.
We can
rental rates? Is that like that's a
yes, rental rates.
Thank you.
Yes.
So yeah, so one, what's the AMI for the 2 deeply affordable, and then what are the rental rates for the remaining 13?
Go ahead. Yes.
Let me lower my hand. Okay, so answering on the fly as well. The AMI component is, so I don't know how in depth I should go on this. So with regard to land area, there's a thing. Land area, how much land area that I'm actually asking for from the city.
Right.
It equated to the land area that I intend to purchase with the Community Development Committee's approval, would be equal to 3 units. 2 of the units that I'm seeking to acquire land area to give me approval for as of right, are going to be affordable at 60% of AMI. one of which will be a handicap accessible, wheelchair accessible unit. I will make a concerted effort to try to accommodate a wheelchair accessible tenant. I'm not building a wheelchair accessible unit to not do that. The other units, for example, I know there's two bedrooms behind the retail, and then the second floor is 4 2-bedrooms. I anticipate that the rents will probably range between 2,000 and 2,300. If I had to get, I don't have my full cost of construction against debt, against what you need to generate for income to reach feasibility for development. But new construction is extremely expensive in doing something that considered small scale. Infrastructure costs and things are, they don't care so much how many units you're building to get things done. Shutting down a street costs the same, regardless of how big of a pipe you got to put in. And things like that. So with regards to kind of a balance between feasibility and affordability, the actual units that I have, I think, will be under the threshold of what you see from a lot of the large developments that are directly proximal on either left or right, being Corsair and Audubon. I think they'll come in under those, but still provide a totally renovated, slightly more intimate living quarters, but still be absolutely top line living, lifestyle housing, with two of the 15 apartment units being affordable.
Thank you, Mr. Obuchinsky. Mr. Chair, I wonder, I guess I'm not making a full motion, and I apologize. My dog is gonna go nuts because someone is walking by who just got pizza. But I wonder if it's possible to perhaps ask Mr. Obuchinsky to come back at a later date so that we can see a little bit more of what the plan is and have hard numbers.
Well, we will do that in discussion.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do that in discussion. Well,
Thank you, Mr.
as
Chair.
we move, thank you. As we move forward through the process, we're going to be requesting some other things. We have to take into account that we will be having if things move, we still have time to figure some stuff out. So is there any more questions from the committee? I don't see. Alder Douglas.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Just, I didn't hear anything about, maybe it's not the right time, but parking. What's the consideration for parking? If anything, conversation on parking, please.
Carlos?
I'm not the expert on this one because this is more of a deal point, but I believe, and I could be wrong, and that's the other thing is, Alder Cooper, we can also provide, I think we can definitely provide electronic drawings to you guys, like tomorrow. I think tomorrow. I mean, I'll be watching the kids, but some version of tomorrow. And then yeah, and certainly I'm happy. We're happy to provide some more detailed info on the rents. I believe I'll talk to Attorney Tracton and Mr. Obuchinsky after the meeting. But yes, I believe, and Alex, you might have to correct me on this, that again, this is dependent on our Board of Zoning, but I believe they're going to look for some zoning relief on the parking, sort of following the city's desire to, eliminate some of the parking requirements. And so I believe there's going to be a request to lower the parking, but I also believe that within our zoning ordinance, and I think you'll hear more about this at the BZA, ultimately, if this project moves forward, there is also a way that you can rent spaces at an adjacent parking lot within a few hundred feet. It's within a certain hundred of feet of the development. Of course, you have Pulaski, the public lot of Pulaski right next door. So that's well within a couple hundred feet of the property. So I believe you can rent those parking spaces for your tenants. And that also, counts as the parking. So actually, they may not need a parking exemption in this case. This is what we've had discussions with the Board of Zoning about this. If they're able to rent spaces in Pulaski parking lot next door, which they have been told as of right now are available. I think I got that.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you, Vice Chair. I don't know if you would like to speak to that, the developer. Would you like to speak to the parking, or you? Okay, go ahead.
I can't add a ton because I don't really understand the legalese side of it too well, but I can second Carlos's position. We have had discussion with a gentleman and about we have a parking lot directly next door that's generally underutilized, maybe with the exception of Friday, Saturday night, generally underutilized. I think we not only do we have a predetermined, basically, I believe it's an option to lease. I don't want to misspeak. I believe it's an option to lease where there's a renewal period every 5 years that the city would then have an option to, I believe, renegotiate the lease. I'm doing this by the seat of my pants here, but this is what my understanding is that we do have. That would allow for us to have parking access to not need relief. That was my understanding.
All right.
And I think just generally speaking, having owner occupants, having people who live next door, will also have help in a way in getting eyes, just eyes and general care, brought forward for that lot as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any more? We have a joint meeting that's coming up, so I just want to be, in reference to the time. So, are there any more questions from the committee? I don't see any more questions from the committee. At this time, I would take public comment if there's anyone want to speak or from the public. Alder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak briefly. This development is in my ward, and I just want to say that I agree with much of what has been said in support of it. It is taking a space that's been blighted for a long time. It's activating it with, I appreciate the effort to show the drawing, a drawing that does fit in with the character. I appreciate that there are going to be 2 60 AMI units, and that in general, it's lower than some price rents than some of the big developments nearby. It was brought before the community management team meeting in East Rock, and people were excited to hear about it. I really like that the developer will be right on the first floor, and obviously will be keeping an eye on it. And of course, developing this will bring in money for the city's grand list. So yeah, just a lot of positives with this. So I do hope that the committee will vote favorably. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On that, are there any more public willing to speak on this item? Going once, going twice, going a third time. I will take a motion to close the public portion.
I move to close the public section.
Second.
Okay. The public portion has been closed on this item. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Extensions? Discussion.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move
Yes.
this item.
Second.
Press. Someone from the committee has to second the motion.
Second.
Alder Edwards have seconded the motion. Discussion on the item.
Mr. Chair, this is Alder DeCola.
I would like that we vote favorable for this project. It's a win for everyone. I commended the developer for winging it, showing us the drawings. I thank you for that. And I think it's just a win for that area. And I commend him that he's willing to pay the fair market price for the property to benefit the city. So I'm in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? I'm also in favor. I would like to get some more information as we move forward. I would like to see some true drawings, and I do commend him for doing that. Carlos, I don't want you to do too much tomorrow on Thanksgiving Eve, so we have some time. But it'd be nice if you can get the committee some drawings to see what it really looks like. But I think it's a win-win for the city. It's been blighted for a long time. I think it's an opportunity for us to do something in that particular neighborhood. So I'm in favor as well. So all in favor to move this forward, say aye.
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 Opposed? Seeing none, I make a motion that I will take a motion to close this meeting before we go to the joint.
I move that we close this meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Are we? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
The meeting is done. The meeting has been adjourned. Thank you so much. Don't go nowhere because we gotta flip our hats on to a joint committee meeting at this present time. And I believe Alder Ernie Santiago is going to take the helm. Oh, my apologies. Alder Crespo going to be taking the helm. He's going to be playing Westbrook tonight because LeBron has been suspended. So Alder Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's take a brief 5-minute recess and we will reconvene at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, desde arriba, abajo.
So temporarily, we will make them a co-host.
Good evening, everyone.
Just make it the version that I have. Because I literally have to scroll from the top.
Okay. Can you guys see me?
Nope.
Can't see me, can you?
I did just a minute ago.
Let me try this. Okay.
I can see you now.
Thank you. So, I hereby call this meeting to order. The Tax Abatement Committee will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021 at 7 p.m. via video conference.
Walter Crespo, this is the combined CD tax abatement meeting.
Gotcha. Yeah, so give me 1 second. Okay. I have returned. I hereby call this meeting to order. The Joint Community Development Tax Abatement Committee will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021 at 7 p.m. via video conference. Meeting can be viewed at https://bit_ly/3WTVQIJ, or join by the telephone at 312-626-6799, 301-715-8592, and enter webinar ID 936-0756-7631 and add phone voice only, passcode 489-971-4391. Order of the Board of Alders of the City of New Haven authorizing the City of New Haven to enter into cooperation agreement with the Housing Authority of the City of New Haven and Glendower Group, Inc. and ECC Group 2 ARAD LLC with respect to the redevelopment of the Hanrad Group 2A development, Valley Townhomes, and designated 210290 Valley Street to be development property within the meaning of the Connecticut City and Town Development Act, Connecticut General Statute 7480 ET-SEQ, and eligible for tax exemption pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 7498, and providing a tax abatement pursuant to Section 284 of the New Haven Code of Ordinances. Item 1, LM 202-10299 from the Executive Vice President of Vessel Technologies submitting an application for the tax abatement for low-income multifamily residential developments connection with tax agreement to help support the development of 136 Hemingway Street. Item 2, LM 20210373. Those items are, so these two items, which I've read, are available in the office of the city clerk, 200 Orange Street, room 202, New Haven, per Honorable Brian Wingate, Community Development Chair, and Honorable Jose Crespo, Tax Abatement Chair. Attest, Honorable Michael B. Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance, 203-946-7651 voice, or 203-946-8582 TTY. Public send public comment to public testimony at newhavenct.gov or join the meeting via video conference. Meeting can be viewed at the link provided or joined by the telephone that was stated earlier and enter the webinar ID and or phone voice and the passcode that was provided. At this time, I would like to recognize the committee members, starting with the chair, Honorable Brian Wingate.
Brian Wingate, Beaver Hills, Ward 29, Chair of Community Development.
And I would like to recognize all of the other members. If you could please state your name and your location.
Alder Frank Douglas, Ward 2, member of Community Development and Tax Abatement Committees. Thank you.
Abby Roth, Ward 7, Tax Abatement Committee.
Ernie Santiago, Tax Abatement, Ward 15.
Alder Ortiz, Ward 17, Tax Abatement.
Campton Singh, Ward 5, Tax Abatement.
Alder Kimberly Edwards, Ward 19, Tax Abatement and Community Development.
Alder Ellen Cupo, Ward 8, Community Development.
South Dakota, Ward 18, CD.
Excellent. At this,
Alder Carmen Rodriguez, Community Development.
did we miss anyone?
We can allow the other orders that's.
Well,
or
Alder
I
Singh
can
still
read them
needs to
off.
identify himself.
No, Alder Singh.
Alder Singh, Tax Abatement, Ward 5.
Thank you.
And I would like to recognize the Majority Leader, Alder Richard Furlow, as well as Honorable Alder Ana Festa, who's joined us. And at this time, I would like to yield to Honorable Chair Wingate.
Thank you so much, Honorable Crespo. We will be bringing the Housing Authority up first. So whoever's speaking for the Housing Authority, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Edward LaChance, Vice President of Development of the Glendower Group, 360 Orange Street in New Haven.
Thank you. You may speak on the item.
Oh, thank you. And good evening, Alders. The Glendower Group is a development instrumentality of the Housing Authority of New Haven, Elm City Communities. We've come before this committee various times seeking similar cooperative agreements to allow us to redevelop low-income public housing into a new project-based model. Valley Townhomes is currently a 40-unit low-income public housing development and does not pay any taxes. By virtue of converting the property under the HUD Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, or RAD program we call it, to project-based vouchers, it allows us to inject a huge amount of low-income housing tax credits and private loans into the development. Funds that just aren't available to the Housing Authority. By doing it through the Glendower Group, because they're an instrumentality of the Housing Authority, it assures that their long-term affordability, because the Housing Authority president controls the board of the Glendower Group. So our goal is always to maintain these units as forever affordable. Our plan is to demolish the existing 40 units and construct 40 new townhome units with a community building and ample parking, off-street parking. The current development is really plagued by moisture and mold issues. It's just outlived its useful life. Those of you who are familiar with it, it's in a state of sort of run down and very tired, and it needs to be replaced. And I provided a handout. If you've received the handout, if not, I could email it or put it up on the screen. But the total development cost of the new development would be $23 million, and we're bringing in $8.7 million of tax credit equity and $6.2 million of private loans to assist in this development. So we're bringing in a lot of outside funding. The units will be really, really well constructed. They're going to be built to a passive house standard. Very, very energy efficient. It's really a great model for residents because they receive credit for utility allowance, and in reality, these passive house developments and these passive house units will cost them even less than the utility allowance. So we think it's a really great a vehicle for residents. Of the 40 units, 8 will be market rate units. Again, on the handout I provided, the 8 market rate units will pay market rate taxes. So we're only seeking for the 32 affordable units, and starting at $350 a month, escalating at 3%. Over the next 20 years, we would generate $809,000 in tax payments to the city, whereas the current development isn't generating any tax payments. Of the affordable units, the 32 affordable units, 19 are at 25% of area median income and 13 are at 50% of area median income. We also have full city plan approval for this development. We plan to close in the first quarter of 2022. It's really at this point, HUD is, I think with the pandemic, it's kind of slowed HUD down a little. So we're basically waiting on them to finish all their paperwork, because this is a HUD project-based voucher, and we're converting low-income public housing to project-based vouchers. Everything has to go through HUD. So at this point, we're sort of waiting on them, but we're ready to close within 12 weeks once we get their thumbs up, which we expect in 2 weeks at the latest. I do have a site plan if you would like me to share. I don't seem to have an ability to share if.
Yes. Yes, you can share now.
Thank you. So this is what the new Valley Street townhomes would look like. This is Valley Street. on the top of the screen. We've already worked, we've met with Giovanni Zinn a couple times. I know the city is working with alders and residents to do some traffic slowing mechanisms on this section of the street. We've already working with them, and he told them we could adjust our plans to make sure that we match well with what the city wants to do in terms of traffic slowing to take dangers out of the curves and the roundabout over here. Not a roundabout, but the curved entrance. So there's going to be 9 residential buildings. These are all townhouses, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom. There are no 1-bedroom units. We're replacing the family units. These 2 end buildings are 2-story buildings. I mean, they're all multiple. They're all 2-story because they're townhouses. But these two buildings will have accessible units on the first floor. So we have 4 accessible units, 2 in each building, a 1, a 3, a 4, and a 5 bedroom. And the second floor will be walk-up flats over the accessible units. And this is the community center. It's a little bigger than it looks. We have a meeting space, 4 offices, because we plan on having a resident services coordinator from the housing authority here, as well as we'll be providing supportive housing services to anyone that might be at risk. That was part of our agreement with CHFA. So there's 4 offices and a really nice community space, as well as laundry if people don't want them in their units. And there's a small playscape here and a relatively ample off-street parking. This is sort of in addition to the unit parking that we built into the development. And you can see how we've done this. We've made it accessible 2 different ways. So you can't drive through, but it's also not so tight as it is there now with multiple lots. This makes it both safer for residents in terms of defensible space and easier emergency access if it's needed. And again, this is approved by the City Plan Commission, fully approved. If anyone has any questions, again, this is a very similar cooperation agreement as we brought before. We're trying to keep it very standard. We work with City Council and LCI to really kind of not vary much from the boilerplate, because we don't want to bring different products to this joint committee and have everybody kind of have to relearn things. If anyone has any questions, I'm more than willing. And I could stop. Well, I could leave it up unless unless you want me to stop sharing.
Mr. Chair.
Stop sharing, please, so I can see. Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any questions for Mr. Edwards?
My hand is up, isn't it?
Who? Alder Douglas, you may.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Edwards, so there are residents living there now, aren't there?
Yes, there's I think 30 or 31 occupied units.
And are those folks returning?
Yeah, so how the RAD program works, the RAD program, we convert this to project-based vouchers. It provides maximum amount of security to current residents. So they will be given the option, because we know this development is going to take probably 14 to 15 months to complete, which exceeds the 12 months. So it is permanent. They're permanently displaced, but because it's RAD, they're given the option of either taking a voucher and going where they want, a portable, their own voucher, or they can come back to the development. And even if they opt to take a voucher, they still have the right to come back once it's done. That's what we call like maximum relocation right. So anyone living there now, we will ask them again before we rent up, do you want to come back? And they have that option, even if they've taken a voucher.
So in that process, how many have already vowed to take the voucher and run? How many vowed to stay, to come back?
We until we receive this next approval by HUD, we really can't overly negotiate with people because we don't have the right to relocate yet. So we've done a lot of assessments. Based on the assessments, somewhere I would say 2/3 to 3/4 are going to appear to be going to opt for a voucher. But what we've seen too in other developments, we've witnessed that at Mill River Crossing, is that even though some residents opted for a voucher when they see the completed project, they opt to come back because again,
They
these
wanna
are going
come
to be really nice passive house units. So, but you know, it's so they have multiple options on how in multiple rights.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Honorable. Alders Ernie Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are more like directed for safety. When you guys make the development and the engineering, do you guys talk to the police department in the area to so they could police it better? And is there going to be any cameras on the buildings?
Yeah, so I mean, as part of the city plan approval process that we go through, they have representatives. It goes to everybody, so everybody has a chance. But you know, we're always on all of our developments, whether they're Glendower or Housing Authority. We're always trying to keep those lines of communication open. Gary Hogan, who's the director of public housing, sits on a couple committees with the city. He used to work at the city. So we really try to keep those lines of communications open. There'll be security cameras, and we've installed those in our last two developments in Mill River Crossing in both phases, the back and the front, and in Rockview, and we'll give police access to those. So the housing managers as well as the police will have access to those.
Okay, perfect. And so that was a yes. Now the second question, I don't know if this is the time to ask, but I read it that it's going to be the $250 to begin with a 3% increase. Am I correct there?
I think 350 with the 3%. That's what we've been modeling, correct?
Okay. My question is, because everything goes up, I mean, nothing goes down. And it's been 350 for, wow, I've been older for a while, and he always is 350. Is there any way that it could go up more than that?
I mean, I've been here for, excuse me.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, I've been here for a little over 4 years. I think it's been 350. It was 250 when I first started, I think. There's not a lot of room because even though we're getting these project-based vouchers, the cash flow is pretty tight. I mean, we could look at that, but there's not a lot of room to increase it because we have to include all of that in our operating budgets. And I forwarded that to the committee. And right now it's just that 1.15 debt coverage ratio, which is like the minimum that the banks and CHFA can accept.
Yeah, I've been in the board for 10 years and in the tax abating committee for 10 years. And since the honorable city clerk that was used to be the chair when I was the co-chair, it's been 350. Oh, okay. That's why I'm saying why it hasn't gone up when everything else goes up. It's just a suggestion because the city, I know we need that development. I know people need affordable housing, but again, it seems like the city always takes the brunt of the money of the.
I guess so. Again, the budgets are just tight on these because there's not a lot of room to go. And I look at it as the alternative is, we could always look at it. We're going to have two more coming forward in the next few months for McConaughey and for Westville as we develop those two sites.
Yeah.
But right now there is no tax payments being made. So it is like, in all honesty, it is $809,000 that the city will never get that we're going to provide over the next 20 years. But as you can see from the operating budget that I gave to Al, it's Al Lucas. There's really not a lot of room. It's right at that one. We could look at it, but there's not a lot of room.
Yeah, no, yes. If you please look at it, because it's always, I've been here for a while, and it's we've been increasing the mill rate and to the homeowners, but the tax abatement never get increased for the what we give them. So I just keep a look, take a look at it, and
we have a couple.
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. We're gonna look into that for the next projects. Most definitely, we need to look at it. We really do. Alder Abby Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. LaChance. And I also appreciate the question of my colleague from Ward 15. I guess I have a couple questions. One, I mean, part of the reason I think of the operating budget, there's a lot of sort of your borrowing costs that you have to pay back. And if you look at, I may have done my math wrong, but it comes out to about $555,000 per unit for the construction. I mean, it's a really expensive project, and that leads to having a lot more loans. And it sort of jumps out at me because the other project we're hearing in this joint committee comes out to about, again, like $157,000 per unit. And so is there kind of ways to cut the cost of the project, and that would lower kind of the payments you have to make?
Yeah, I mean, there's really not. A lot of our developments are expensive, and the reason is really multifaceted. One is we're doing a full demolition, and all of these buildings, even though this was built in the, I think, late 70s, they're still hot, meaning they have asbestos like everywhere. So we have to go in and fully abate first, then we demolish, and we're ripping up and doing completely new infrastructure. So everything that's subsurface, water, sewer, everything is going to be brand new. There's a subsurface containment area under the parking lot because it's close to the West River. So the infrastructure alone is expensive. I mean, I think that's why our stuff comes in kind of high. And the add to that is we have to pay Davis-Bacon wage rates. And we have a lot of other expensive costs because we have syndicators and CHFA involved. They require us to pay. Basically, they each have their own, like a clerk of the works that goes out on site all the time. So, I mean, our developments tend to be on this high side. Right now, we actually had a contractor in place that we've had for a couple of years. We worked with them. We could not get the price down to even work within the budget. So we went out over the summer because we have 100% drawings. So we actually bid for a general contractor. And that took about $1.2 million off of the cost. But we can only do that because we had 100% documents on this one. So we're really trying to do all we can to reduce these costs. But it's, when you throw in the Davis-Bacon, the infrastructure, the demo, they get expensive. That's always the uphill battle we're fighting, is to make them work.
Thank you. And maybe could you just explain, I know that kind of you're in a different status than kind of a regular private developer in terms of your tax status, and just how, I mean, is there a requirement that if you have any profit, it gets rolled back into housing? Could you maybe just explain how you differ?
Yeah. So how it works is we have a real, I think it was 6.2 million was a real loan. That's, monthly payments. Yeah, 6.2 million. So that's just, we have to make that loan payment. But we have a couple other soft loans. One is from the Housing Authority, because we're a moving to work agency. The Housing Authority gets to infuse some cash into deals. That's how we make all these work. As well as a Department of Housing soft loan. So what happens is they go in what we call the waterfall. So there'll be soft loans on the property. And if there's actually excessive cash flow, those loans get paid off on an agreement with our partnership agreement and our tax credit syndicator. So all of that extra money is basically spoken for. The first source is it goes back to the Housing Authority, which is what we like, because then we get to reuse it for more projects in the future. So the Glendower Group doesn't really see profits from operations. You know, we do get a developer fee up front, which we then use some of that money to roll, well, our salaries and Sinead Drawn's salary, for example. But in terms of cash flow, the excess over 1.15 goes to paying off that waterfall, which would be the Housing Authority loan first and the State Department of Housing loan second. And those are both 40-year loans, so there's not going to be any profit. And I was going to say the tax, because this is low-income housing tax credits, that's how the syndicators want it, right? They actually, this whole program nationally is made to not generate any profit, because it's all about syndicators and investors taking losses on the money they give us. So they want to structure that way so it can't make profit.
Thank you. And could you just explain what a syndicator is? I actually do not know.
Yeah, so we got, I throw around the term low-income housing tax trust. You see LIHTC, CHFA has a 9% round. There's one coming up in January, one a year. They're the most sought after funds nationally because you get a whole bunch of free money. So we'll enter into an agreement with a syndicator, who basically is like National Equity Fund, Boston Financial, there are groups like that. And what they do is they put together groups of investors. So a lot of what we're seeing lately, actually our last two deals, one was Bank of America and I think one was Chase. So those banks are seeing a lot of profits. So they work with those syndicators. So those are the investors, and they work with the syndicators to say, here's what we'll do. We need a tax write-off for paying too much in taxes. So we'll give you this much money, but you have to agree that we're going to get these tax breaks over the next 10 years. So we get all this money up front. So we'll get this development, 8.7 million. We'll get a quarter up front, 3/4 when we finish construction, another quarter, maybe 6 months later. So that's all pretty, like within the first 3 years. The syndicators get 10 years worth of tax write-offs. So whatever they give us, like they give us 8.7 million, they probably, I would say, get 10 million in tax write-offs over the next 10 years. So we have to maintain and operate these buildings under very specific IRS guidelines in terms of everything from top to bottom, or the investors lose their money and they come right after us.
Great, thank you. And my final question, what is your developer's fee for this?
It is, I don't have it. I can find it really quick. It's set by CHFA, identifies the standards. It is 2.054 million. So 2,254,000. And I'm going to double check to make sure none of that. Sometimes we have to defer some. We are deferring 205,000, 10%, which means we'll only really get 1.8 million in cash over those next 4 years. The rest we have to pay ourselves back if there's positive cash flow. So we will be part of that waterfall. And that will go to Glendower. And Glendower uses that. Even though we're an instrumentality of the Housing Authority, we pay for ourselves. So we have 6, 7 staff. We have to pay for all of that. That does not come out of the housing. It's within the Housing Authority's budget, but we pay for that. We pay for rent, our own insurance, similar costs like that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for all your questions. I believe I had Alder Carmen. Alder Carmen was up, and then Alder Edwards. So Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have 2 questions, if I may. You mentioned that some of the tenants will be moved, and we need to ensure that the tenants are explained the process, that they can get a certificate, but if they choose to come back, that is available to them. I find that sometimes things are said very quickly. Folks are overwhelmed because of the changes that are coming up. So how are you going to ensure that the tenants are aware of the choices that they have?
Yeah, I think the the need to do all of these meetings by Zoom still has made it a little tougher. So we've had a couple tenant meetings in the last 3 months. We always have somebody, an interpreter on the phone. But sometimes it's, you know, if you have 30, 40 residents, it's hard to sometimes it gets captured. So we try to, so one, we have multiple meetings, so people always get a chance. We stay on as long as we can. But we also make sure we have our own relocation team within Glendower. We have 2 staff that actually we farm ourselves out to some other housing authorities as well, because we're really good at it. So they meet with every family one-on-one. It's called the family assessment. So that's been done. Jocelyn Barchewski heads that unit. She's bilingual. So we have met individually with every resident, but it's a little complicated. It's simple, but it is complicated. We recognize that. So we'll have, before anybody is relocated, we'll have two more tenant meetings. It'd be great if we could do one in person. I just don't know if we're going to be able to based on how quick we can close. Because when you do them in person, it's just so much easier to get that information out when you're talking like with 30 different residents. But we'll have at least 2 more meetings, and our relocation team has met once and is going to meet again with every resident once we know what their options are for sure. So once HUD approves this next step, which we expect by December 14th, that gives us the green light it gives us 90 days to close, the green light to relocate people. So our relocation team will meet with every family one-on-one again, in addition to the 2 meetings we're going to have.
So just to add to this question, the first question I asked you, then perhaps if you see that there are folks that seemed confused, then perhaps those would be the families that you can try to connect with early on, so that we can ensure, getting the word out with the tenants, so that they can feel like, again, they're at the table with that process. So thank you for that. And then my second question was, Mr. Chair, if I can, thank you. How can we ensure, or your team ensure, that the maintenance is kept up so these properties do not become so run down, and then we're back at the process that we have to relocate folks and inconvenience, the residents, again, how can we, moving forward, that this is going to be a full gut, like you said, from top to bottom, how can the team that you have there ensure that, again, this is kept up to standards?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of forces that will require that we do that. So the first is that we're going to enter an agreement with 360 Management, which is a spin-off instrumentality of the Housing Authority as well, to manage the property. So it's going to be managed by a new entity. But we have a lot of eyes on these projects, which really helps. One, they're still owned by Glendower. So my boss, Sinead Drawn, who couldn't be, she usually presents, she had a conflict tonight, who reports directly to Karen DuBois-Walton. So we stay on top of it because this could really impact Glendower's bottom line. But the syndicators are also, because as I think I said earlier, they get their credits over the next 10 years, but they actually have to document compliance for 20 years, even though they get all their money up front in 10, that they really keep an eye on the property. They do annual inspections of every property. So I think that the change to a private management company with a lot of eyes on it. And if you notice too, because this is like a regular private, it's really like a private deal. In the cash flow, there was a lot of money for reserves for other. See, the biggest problem with low-income public housing is HUD doesn't allow you to create any reserves, which any housing owner is going to do. They're going to create reserves, or anybody, right? Because your roof or your furnace is going to go, you save some money. Housing developments do the same thing. Low-income public housing is not allowed to do that. under HUD rules. So they literally couldn't save up money from the property. We are not only are allowed to, we're required to do it. So we have to set aside, it's either 375 or 450 a year per unit in an account for long-term physical needs. So there's a lot of different ways that we assure this is going to stay healthy a long time, from a new management company to syndicators overseeing it, and to the ability to actually have money to make these run right, and to have reserves.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, if I can, one just final question. So I'd like to, if I'd like to know, you mentioned your investors. Have any of the investors ever been on site to the properties?
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. They usually sometimes the syndicators always come. So the investors enter into legal agreements with syndicators, like the big syndicators, like I mentioned, Boston Financial, National Equity Fund. They always come on site. We often also have the actual investors want to come out. So if the investor is like Bank of America or Chase, they will come out and do site visits. And okay. Yes, and they do not hold back their punches.
Well, that's good to hear, and that's what I wanted to hear, because, you know, a lot of the times the tenants need to have a voice. And so absolutely, you know, there has to be moving forward that these tenants are going to be moved and decide to come back, and so ensuring them is key, that they're happy, as well as the investors. So, you know, residents are number one on that line for me, and then ensuring that the investors, they want to make their money and do what they have to do. But, you know, our residents definitely need a nice, clean, safe place to live. So thank you.
I absolutely agree. Without the residents, you know, I don't have a job. They're our number one priority every time. Sometimes it's people may lose sight of that. We do not lose sight of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have one question before I go to Alder Edwards. So you said there are going to be a couple of meetings. Do you have dates?
We don't have them yet. We have to wait for this next step for this HUD approval. We're expecting it on the 14th, and then they will. Then that sort of starts the clock ticking, because we have to have the meetings within certain periods whenever we relocate anyone, and you have to give them. Anyone relocated, you got to give a 90-day notice, a 30-day notice. There's all sorts of federal notices you have to do. So we don't have any of that scheduled yet.
So the potential date is the 14th of December or January
for us to get the green light of December.
Okay, and the potential meetings will be held in January or December?
No, it would be after the holidays. I take that back. We might try to do one. You know, a lot of the families, because we've done these informal family assessments. You know, our first thought was nobody wants to move during the holidays, right? Nobody wants to move. But actually, what a number of residents have told our relocation team is they're more than willing to move before the holidays. So, I mean, it depends if HUD comes through. We're not going to force anything, but if somebody really has an apartment they found and they're going to take a voucher rather than move to another public housing unit, we might try to make that happen in December, but probably most likely January, and then again in late February.
Okay. I have more in discussion in reference to the next question. That will be Alder Kimberly Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Alder Roth and Alder Rodriguez covered some of my questions. My ask was going to be when the last time this development was actually majorly upgraded. That was what my ask was going to be. And I was going to piggyback on the fact that we get these developments that keep coming forward, and we do need to make sure they are maintained. You spoke of a new private partnership. And I guess that private partnership, from what I gather, is in hopes of maintaining to a higher standard, or making sure, you know, they don't fall down in 6 years because of no maintenance at all or minimal maintenance. how has hiring this private entity impacted your bottom line?
Well, they're not on board for this development yet because it's still managed by the housing authority. So far it's working. It's still kind of a new experiment. It's a couple of years old. So they're still growing their units, and they're looking to expand privately as well, because they are like Glendower, they could do private work. So far it's working. And I think the fact that we're bringing developments on one at a time rather than handing everything over at once helps. But again, they're going to get a brand new development that's built to the highest standards. So they're really, the management of those units should not be taxing physically. They're going to be built. Unfortunately, some of like Valley in Westville, they were really built to not really a really high quality. That's kind of how HUD worked back in the 70s and 80s. These are going to be really high quality units. I'd welcome anybody to come out. We love showing people the new Mill River Crossing, the replacement of Farnham Court. The units are just gorgeous, and they're really well built. And the 360 management is at that property right now, and so far it's going really well.
Okay, and like one of the rebuilds you talked about, we rebuild it every 5 years. So I would hope it is up to a great standard and is going to be maintained. To be frank with you, Mr. LaChance. And as far as your reaching out to tenants, I know you're saying you did informal surveys. And as far as HUD guidelines, you have 30, 60, 90-day things you have to do. But are you also going to simply do an FAQ and things like that? Like frequently asked questions that you can proactively get out to tenants, because you're saying like you have not met one-on-one with everyone necessarily. And because this could happen fairly soon. How about just doing something like that and door knocking again, or doing a mass mailing to them? So at least you have the basics already down for them. I think something like that may be helpful for the tenants to make sure they understand. And if they don't, hey, call this number. We'll get back to you in 24 hours. So I just really feel like you guys should be really more proactive with that part of it. But other than that, I have no further questions because they were covered by my colleagues.
Thank you so much, all.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate your good questions from all. I believe I think my vice chair has a question, Alder Frank Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. LaChance. So in reference to, since we were talking about residents, let's talk about jobs. Let's talk about jobs for a second. I know in the past, I came up in the old Elm Haven projects, and what was great to see at the time when they were really up to par, they were maintained very well. And that was due to the fact that there were a lot of the maintenance people that lived in the development, in the projects, that maintained the dwellings and the grounds, that, more or less felt like they had a stake in the neighborhood itself and in the project. So it kept them up nice until mismanagement came on board. But any conversation about that right now in this project? Is there any connection to residents as far as maintaining under being employed by the developer or by the maintenance, whoever's going to maintain these property?
Yeah, actually, the resident calls that we had must have been a month ago now, we actually brought that up. So we're trying to a double approach. One is, we want people to know there's going to be opportunities to work for the management company, right? Because they are going to have to hire a couple maintenance staff on the site. So that's one approach. And the other approach is working with the contractors to really prioritize hiring local residents, Section 3 residents, Housing Authority residents. We'll be doing a couple job fairs. We'll be doing small business. We'll have a contractor fair. We'll have a job fair. So we're trying to do the double approach because you're right. It helps to have the buy-in in the community. It absolutely helps. So we've let them know that already on our last meeting. But I do appreciate everybody's comments. We could always do more outreach. It's complicated at times, like I said, especially on Zoom. And once we get that green light from HUD, we will again meet with every single. That could be as soon as 2 weeks. We'll be meeting with every single resident to discuss their particular rights, not in general, but their particular rights.
Great. Well, I hope that part of the conversation goes unnoticed. It would play a very important part in,
absolutely,
like I said, maintaining the property itself. And if you got people living there that have a part of that, it would prolong the security and the upkeep of it. Anyways, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. No, thank you. If I can piggyback off of that, we have something called New Haven Works that is in the city that could support local hiring. If you need to reach out to that domain, that number is 203-562-9000. The director over there is Melissa Mason. Please reach out to her. I believe she can help with that process as we move forward on all aspects of the job opportunities. So I would suggest you reach out to her. It's a good program. It's been here for a little while now, and we urge folks to go through that network so we can get some folks local hiring.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And that is the actual number.
Okay. What was the name again? I didn't catch the name.
New Haven Works.
No, I mean the person's name.
Melissa Mason.
Thank you.
That's the director over there. 203-562-9000.
Got it. Kudos to you,
like
Mr. Chair.
All the Crespo has his hand up. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually, you said what exactly I was going to say. I was going to say reach out to our local New Haven Hiring Initiative, which is New Haven Works, and get in touch with Melissa Mason at New Haven Works for the jobs opportunity in order to connect the local residents with local jobs. So you certainly said everything I was going to say. And I was also going to piggyback on Alder Douglas with regards to my question and concern about what about local jobs and local hiring, given that the property does need upkeep. So I thank you for the time. The questions have been answered.
Okay.
Yeah, great minds think alike. That's why we the chairs right now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Alder Douglas, for prompting us that way. We just seen our Madam President, Alder Walker Myers, has just joined us. Thank you for coming out. In reference to more questions. Are there any more questions on this particular item? Seeing none, at this present time, we'll take public testimony. Thank you for being so detailed, Mr. Edwards, on your answers and your presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Hang around though.
Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one more question of Mr. LaChance.
Okay.
He had mentioned something to the fact of oh, I just lost it. Scratch it.
Okay.
If it comes back to me, I'll.
Okay, we'll come back into discussion.
I'm sticking around.
Okay, appreciate that. At this present time, if there's no more questions, we're gonna go to the public portion on this particular item. Are there any public testimony on this particular item? I don't have no public testimony on this item. Going once, Going twice. Going third time. This public portion is closed on this particular item.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to close the public portion of this meeting at this time.
Second.
Nope, because we got one more item.
I withdraw my motion.
And I'll withdraw my second.
Thank you. So we're going to move to the second item. Alder Crespo.
Mr. Chair, did we have the participants or the applicants for item 2?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I would, with your permission, ask for them to join us and provide us with their testimony and hear them out.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Alders. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Josh Levy. I'm the Executive Vice President of Vessel Technologies. We've been working with the city and the Alders on 136 Hemingway as a potential redevelopment property.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. You got to state your name and address for the record.
Oh, I am sorry, Alder. Josh Levy, Levy. And my address is 16 Cliffside Drive, Livingston, New Jersey, 07039.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. So we've been working with the city and the Alders on the potential purchase of 136 Hemingway and the development of it into an innovative housing product. I'm happy to share a brief presentation if that's helpful for this evening, or can just describe what we've been doing and where we currently are on the project, whichever is preferable to the Alders.
Please present. If you have something to share, share.
Okay. I think somebody needs to enable my share.
Yes, we're working on that right now.
Okay, thank you.
You can share now.
Okay, so just to give some background, I know that I've met some of you before, that there's been some meetings that we have been at previously, and I've probably provided some background on Vessel and some background on the plan for the property. But for those who have not been at previous meetings or I haven't met before, I wanted to just provide as a quick background on us. There was a lot of discussion previously about low-income housing tax credits and syndicators. If anybody ever wants to spend a lot of time on that, I happen to be an expert in the space. I was a syndicator and represented them as an attorney before that. So, but after years in the traditional affordable space, and after meeting my partner who had, the same level of experience in conventional and student housing, we started Vessel as a company to address the need for workforce and affordable housing in communities, and to be able to utilize properties that were difficult to develop, smaller, or had other challenges associated with them, without the need for tax credits or Section 8 contracts or other complex financing structures that often slow down the provision of that housing. Not as a solution to very low income units, which I think the tax credit program is really excellent at providing for, but for people who are often in, the 60 to 80% AMI brackets, who can't afford conventional high quality units, but are also not necessarily there's not enough units for them within the tax credit program as a whole. And so we started the company based on the idea of, housing, helping people and communities reach their greatest potential, and the idea of doing something that was safe and healthy and sustainable and energy efficient, as well as fully accessible, in order to give people the ability to achieve all that they're able to. And the problem that we were trying to address is that usually high quality housing is reserved for the rich, or it creates an unsustainable economic burden for regular people. So it's either that people are not able to afford the housing, or they're stretching to afford it. And if they're stretching to afford it, it means that they don't have enough money for savings or for other things in their life. And that impacts them and their families and their health, as well as their communities. Because if they don't have enough money for anything besides their housing, there's no money to go spend in their local communities, which has a negative impact on stores and businesses and other things in the community as well. And so Vessel's goal was to create a new housing economy where we could have something that was exceptional quality, priced at attainable levels, create economic opportunity for people, and also be able to deliver the housing quickly, because the typical tax credit deal takes anywhere from 12 to 36 months in order to get funding. And then you have another 18 to 24 months to develop. And we all know that, people aren't sitting around waiting for this housing. It just compounds on top of itself, where, you need more and more of it as, time goes on. And so from that, we created this, which is the Vessel V1 product. We created a productized form of housing. The idea is that we designed it to meet the code from all 50 states, did a ton of research and design and testing around architectural and engineering protocols in order to create something that was efficient and efficient to develop, energy efficient, sustainable, the healthiest housing possible, and also was safe and dignified. And if you come into the building, you enter through access control, which actually links into your unit, and you're able to go into a unit that looks a lot like this. It has 9-foot ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows, stainless steel appliances, dishwashers, washer dryers, all standard. The idea is to provide a luxury housing unit, something that people are proud of, something that they're excited to live in, not something that they have to live in. And destigmatize housing and the idea of affordably priced housing, so that everybody can have housing that they can afford, that they think is truly exceptional. The housing itself is integrated with our proprietary smart home system. It does tons and tons of things. It has an in-unit security system that's provided through central monitoring. It has multi-zone HVAC that is a high efficiency VRF system with a heat exchange. Our bathrooms have things like UVC bathroom sterilization. All of the air is monitored and purified for the tenants through the system that we have. And then we have things like optimized energy usage and the ability to do things like control your lights and stream your music and other fun things. This also provides hearing and visual prompts for people who are hearing and visually impaired. I should mention all of these units are designed to be 100% ADA accessible, as well as to have universal design standards so that they can be changed based on the person using them. The easiest example of that is, if you're an older person, but not necessarily in a wheelchair or anything like that, but you don't want to bend down to fill your dishwasher, which, a lot of us probably don't want to do. You can actually change the height of your dishwasher, or we can do it for you. It takes only a minute or so to do. And you can manipulate other aspects of your kitchen and other bathroom aspects under universal design standards. We use all sustainable products. Everything we do is to the highest levels of energy efficiency, both from the perspective of our building envelope, as well as creating an airtight envelope, insulation, all the systems we use, being of the highest level of energy efficiency. The gentleman before me was talking about passive house standards, which is what we approximate our design to as well. And then providing the healthiest housing possible. So all of our materials are antimicrobial and hypoallergenic. As I was telling you before, we provide air monitoring and purification for all the air coming into the unit, which is only coming from the outside world. It's not passed between units. And then we have things like this UVC bathroom sterilization. So anybody who's seen those cases on Amazon that you can put your phone in at the end of the day, it takes away all of the germs and stuff. Our whole bathroom does that after you leave during the day, so that you always have the healthiest and safest unit possible. And then, our system is designed a little bit differently in that, we are the developer. We create the housing. We'll work with, the city in order to develop it. But then we bring in somebody who's who's local to the community. We train them through, what we call Vesely University. We provide them ongoing support. We call this person our caretaker. And the idea is to have a better integration of the expectations of tenants, the needs and expectations of the community, and the person who's really benefiting from running that project. So instead of having somebody who's, from 2 towns away or 2 states away in charge of a property, this means that it's under local ownership and control. This person receives the cash flow from the property. And so they're truly incentivized to make sure it's always exceptional and that people are being well taken care of. But we're always providing the infrastructure and the support behind that, both from credit checks, systems, and everything else that you can imagine. We're designed as a product. It's an integration of hardware and software, and so we can be updated and take care of issues that arise as they happen and before they happen. And that leads to greater longevity based on the system itself, as well as the materials and other things we're using, so that we think about the total cost of ownership and not having just the least expensive development. We want to make sure that it has the greatest longevity over the life of the asset. For 136 Hemingway, everybody probably knows where it is, but here it is on Hemingway Street in between Quinnipiac and Eastern Streets. This is Bella Vista over there, which is a large housing complex for seniors. The project is near the Hemingway Creek. There's, obviously a lot of wetlands and other things behind here. And so, this is the, one of the first steps in our, sort of ongoing process to assess the property and figure out how much of it is developable, what the right site plan is for it, so that we have the least impact on the property and no impact on, obviously, the wetlands or the creek or anything else that would have a negative environmental impact. And so, after we're done with this, we'll go through the process of wetlands delineations and other due diligence, and then through the process of developing a site plan, meeting with the community again, and talking to them about the development, getting their feedback, and then submitting to planning and zoning. This is what the site looks like today, just from the street. You can see again where Bella Vista is over here, and we're sort of at the intersection. The site's complex, the wetlands, the creek, the fact that this is designated a flood area. It's going to add a lot of complexity to development, a lot of cost to the development, all things that we'll have to figure out during the due diligence process, so that we can make sure that we're, addressing the property the best way, and that it has the least negative impact on the surrounding area, and can provide all sorts of positive impacts as well, in addition to the housing that it will provide. This is a preliminary rendering. So the building itself, you can see here, there's a core over here with a staircase. Each of those staircases has a little community space on it. They range from anything from hydroponic gardens to, coffee bars to workspaces, depending on it. It's a 3-story building. It's about 35 feet tall, about the height of a single family house. We're currently projecting somewhere around 33 units, 31 bedrooms, 3 2-bedrooms. We'll continue to work on, the landscaping plan, the ingress and egress, and the colorization of the building as we move, further into the project and create a final design for presentation. This is a similar view, just from further back. And this is just a preliminary site plan showing the parking behind the property the property and the building over here. This will be updated, once we have a wetlands delineation and a further survey and site plan and everything else. So, the engineers will do a fully designed plan at that point. So that's a little bit on us. Happy to answer any questions that folks have, but wanted to provide a little bit of background today. Hope it was helpful.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. At this time, I will be asking questions from the committee. Are there any questions from the committees? I see one, Abby Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just a point of clarification from you first are our questions about the tax abatement request. There wasn't sort of any presentation on that element, so I didn't know if there'd be an introduction to that or we're just to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I will ask the committee itself to respond to that. For those who's on the tax abate committee, if they want to respond to that, they can. I see Alder Frank Douglas.
Yes, I mean, just what is the ask as far as tax abatement? What's the question? What are we here for?
Say it again. The question is, what is he asking for with the tax abatement in reference to this project that he's trying to build? Yes.
I did distribute to the joint committee the list of recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
That will
the question that Abby Roth is asking, what is he asking for in a tax abatement? That's the question.
Yeah, that was in the list, but he said what he was asking for, the 1,500 that he would propose per unit.
Mr. Chair, just that actually my question, I know what the developer asked for. I know what Lishta put forward. Typically in our tax abatement, this is a little confusing since it's a joint, someone from the city usually presents on kind of the list or from the Lishta committee on kind of the discussion before questions are asked. I'm happy to go ahead and ask questions. I just didn't know if there'd be a little introduction to the tax abatement element. So,
Abby, there's all the Roth. Thank you for making that point of clarification. If there's someone from the city, because I'm on the screen here, I don't see all the names and everything, but if they have someone from the city would like to speak to that particular part of it first before we ask questions, that would be greatly appreciated. Thanks again, Abby. All the Roth. Okay, so I don't see nobody from the city with their hand up, so I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Developer, to give us
no problem. I was going to ask you that.
To give us what you're asking for, sir.
Okay, thank you, Alder. I appreciate it. My understanding, based on what Lishta had recommended, was that they had recommended $1,500 a unit with a 3% annual increase. What we had proposed in our original application was slightly different. Ours was a percentage of income. The reason we provided it that way is with the idea that if the property was doing better, then the city continues to flex and do better on taxes, and so that way, there's a match between the rents and the success of the property and the city's revenue off of it. So that was our original request and recommendation. that was modeled after actually just by background after a New Jersey redevelopment law pilot was the first place that we had seen that used. And so, thought that it was an interesting approach because of the fact that there was alignment between the city's revenue as well as the project revenue. I'm not sure if there's anything else I should provide in terms of background, but I'm happy to go deeper into an explanation or otherwise.
No, I think you should stay right there. I appreciate you because our economical developer just came on, Michael Piscatelli. And once again, Mike, my condolences to you and the family on your loss. Thank you for jumping on.
And thank you, committee members. I know you've had a long night already. My name is Michael Piscatelli. I'm the Economic Development Administrator for the city. Just wanted to apologize out the gate. Our LISHTA committee members who met back on November 8th, you have the staff report, are off on vacation for the Thanksgiving holiday. And I regret that no one can be here to give you a more complete context. But you do have the recommendation in the report. Just the only thing I'd add in terms of Josh's presentation is a bit of gratitude and appreciation for the creativity that they're coming to the table with. You hear it in the committee meeting tonight, and there's more to come, right? We still have a few more to work through. What Josh and the Vessel Group have been working on is a very unique financing model for affordable housing. It's not the deeply affordable housing that you saw with the Glendower project earlier, where we have a cooperation agreement, or with Beacon a little bit later, but the idea of creating and matching the taxes to a revenue stream so that everyone shares both the upside and the challenges, particularly building in the non-core markets, is very interesting to us. Our LISHTA team and our assessor's office, generally, we weren't ready yet to go into a performance-based model. So what they tried to do, and it's reflected in your report, is to create almost like an equalizer at the $1,500 level, which would help get the Vessel project off the ground, and yet at the same time not tie the city to a revenue-based or performance-based model just yet, since we weren't set up to handle that. And I think Josh walked you through it in a good level of detail, but I can just help to answer any questions if you have them as you go on tonight.
Thank you. I want to go back to Alder Abby Roth because she is the one who made a suggestion the right way. So if you have any questions, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate both explanations. I do have a few questions. I looked at the statutory language for section 28.4, which sort of provides for tax abatements, and it defines low and moderate income housing as housing, the construction or rehabilitation of which is aided or assisted in any way by any federal or state statute, and it sort of goes on. I guess I'm wondering, is the Vessel project aided in any way by any federal or state statute? It doesn't. I know you're not seeking Section 8 housing or anything like that, so I'm trying to figure out if this even qualifies under our tax abatement statute. So any thoughts on that would be great.
Sure. I know Mr. Piscatelli might have a better sense than I do, but my understanding of the statute is that housing that is restricted by income or rent at 80% of the area median income or below, and therefore is considered affordable, both by state standards as well as by HUD standards, is considered to meet the statutory language and meets the statutory language of 8-215, which is the state statute that affects tax abatements and affordable housing. And so, yes, I believe that we do qualify under the statutory language, even though we're not utilizing Section 8 or some other housing or another program like that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I actually would like an opinion from Corp Counsel. I mean, that language is in there about those statutes and about being aided by yeah, federal or state statute. And so usually you don't put language into an ordinance unless it has meaning. And so it would be helpful to just get clarification on that from council. I do have a few other questions. We happened to just get a report from the Affordable Housing Commission for New Haven, and it happened to have a slide of Quinnipiac Meadows, and it said the median rent for that area is $978. And I believe in your materials, the rent being proposed here is about $1,300 or so, in the $1,200 to $1,300 range. So even though you're saying it's 80% AMI, it doesn't really seem to be affordable for this neighborhood. And so I wonder, it sort of makes me question if you really need a tax abatement, because it's actually several $100s above the median rent for the area. So just your thoughts on that. I guess that, unfortunately, no one from Lishta is here, because it would have been helpful to hear their thoughts.
No, that's an excellent point, and I thank you for asking the question. You know, we are restricted to 80% AMI rents. I would agree with you that 80% AMI rents are not achievable in this market. We don't anticipate that we will be starting rental rates there. We've met with Alder Antunes and Alder Santana a number of times. I believe that the starting rent is going to have to be somewhere around $10.50 in order to be achievable in this market. And I think that the median rent in Quinnipiac Meadows is impacted by the fact that there's quite a bit of public housing in that area, which has a drastic impact on the median rents. But in looking at the demographics of the area, both age as well as income levels, and speaking to Alder Antunes, and looking at also the non-subsidized housing in the market, which is, I think, would be considered Class C housing, you know, by normal vernacular. You know, housing in that 1050 range would match the Class C available housing in that market. So that's what we're anticipating. You know, the information I provided was at an average rent level, just based on where the restrictions were based, not based on what we think is achievable right now in that market, and that's where I expect we'll be starting rents.
Thank you, Alder Roth. In reference to the general counsel, I think that I think you should reach out to Madam President in reference to going through that council part, just for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, yeah, again, it's disappointing that the Lishta members aren't here. It would be helpful. I actually appreciate that Lishta allowed people to listen in. I did listen in. And from listening, it was not clear to me sort of why they came up with the 1,500, other than that some other projects were 1,500. And so I had been hoping tonight to ask for more clarity on kind of the why, if you look at cash flow, and kind of, is it really needed to enable this housing? But I guess I can't really get an answer tonight. So I will leave it at that and save some other thoughts for just when we have discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Thank you. Are there any more? I'm surveying as I go back and forth. Are there any more questions on this particular item from the committee? I don't see any hands up in reference to, okay, the developer has his hand up.
Not a question, but just if it would be helpful, just for Alder Roth left off the question regarding the feasibility and the need for the abatement. You know, I would say that, you know, our request actually would have resulted, based on the rental rates, at a lower tax payment. You know, the viability of the project, even at the proposed $1,500 a unit, is very difficult to achieve given the complexity of the site, the costliness of this site, inflation of costs just generally in terms of development, and the achievable rents. Achievable rents of $1,050 or $1,100 a month on a new construction, steel construction, project like this would be impossible without the use of tax credits, under normal circumstances. So, that's the part of the reason that we need, an abatement in these instances, is that, we couldn't possibly, come anywhere close to these kinds of rents, or the development costs of a site like this without that support.
Thank you. I do have some other colleagues that have their hands up, so I will go to Alder Kimberly Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one question, and I'm not sure if this is a joint question for the city as well as the developer, or if this is something you can assist me with, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be honest, but this one confuses me a little bit, and I have plenty of notes here. I almost feel like, well, let me ask it in the form of a question. Sorry, let me rephrase. According to my notes, this property was assessed at $147,000, but was approved through PAD for $40,000. And when that was approved and that acquisition went through, I mean, I almost feel like, was there an automatic, I'm going to get a tax abatement now? Because this almost feels to me like, okay, I don't want to say bait and switch because I think that's the wrong thing, but you purchased a property for $40,000. Did you automatically think you were going to get a tax abatement for, not something that's not really affordable for our residents?
I guess to answer the question, Alder Edwards, I would not presume that anything is automatic. The sale was approved. The sale was subject to our due diligence, and then other work that we needed to do for the viability of the project. So I can't speak to the assessed value. Obviously, I don't know how they came up with an assessed value. But I know Mr. Tracton had done a lot of work in terms of coming up with a value for the purchase. But in terms of this, the way we had laid out sort of the process with Mr. Tracton and the LCI board was, the need for approval on the purchase of the property. Then we would need to do due diligence, and at the same time seek our tax abatement. And if after those two things the project was viable, then obviously we're excited to move forward on it and try to achieve the development of this site, but would never presume that anything is ever automatic, which is why we're going through the process and here to talk to you today.
And it was not, just let me be clear, that's not meant to offend anyone. I think this is one of those things where typically I'm okay because I write so much down and I'll ask questions. This is a hard one for me to just wrap and put it all together. And I have read my documents. And I think maybe I read them too much, and then hearing this today has got me a little loopy. But I'm going to write some more stuff down. I'm going to listen to the other questions and see if I come up with something. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. And next up was Alder Ernie Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got a question. Maybe I read it somewhere and I don't remember, I can't see it. I see everything, but for how many years is the abatement? I see that it's a $1,500 per unit, 3% annual increase, but I don't see for how many years. Maybe I read it before. I mean, can anybody tell me Usually we have a number of years for the abatement.
I will ask the city staff.
Mr. Chair, through you, that this is the original request came in at 30, but the recommendation is for the traditional for Lista 17 years, with the 2 years of those are for construction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the committee? Any more questions from the committee? Alder Camp Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleagues, Alder Kimberly Edwards. I can't wrap my head around this. I've been reading it. Asking for an abatement of $1,500 per unit, and the rent's going to be $1,300 per unit. It seems like, you know, I can't wrap my head around this. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Are there any more questions? Okay, I believe Alder Roth. Yes, Alder Roth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. I don't know that we've ever been given what the market, if there were no abatement, what it would be per unit. So if we could just have that figure, that would be just helpful, a data point. Thank you.
I think the answer is, in this particular case, there isn't a market rent in this location of the city that would work for the development of a new construction housing. Without an abatement, we would need to achieve something in the neighborhood of $1,450 a month in rents, depending on the cost of the land, and other things. Development costs, obviously. Which would be obviously below the 80% AMI rents, well below your conventional new construction rents in most of New Haven, but not in this location in New Haven. So, if this were in the downtown area, it would be extraordinarily affordable even at those rents. But those aren't achievable rents in this neighborhood. This neighborhood needs to have rents in the neighborhood of $10.50 or something in that area in order to be successful, at least in the short term. So that's a hard question to answer, just because I don't think there is a market rate number in this particular neighborhood of New Haven where this would be viable without an abatement.
Thank you. I think that wasn't quite, my question was more just what, like, I know the building doesn't exist, so it's not like there is a tax rate now, but just what would it be? $2,000 a unit? I just don't know. I don't know.
I mean, in New Haven, I guess there's two different questions. In New Haven, traditional, conventional, market rate housing that's being newly constructed right now is, anywhere between $2,000 and $2,300 a month for a one bedroom. And, for viability for a vessel project without an abatement, we would need something in the neighborhood of $1,450 to $1,550 is, ballpark of what I would think. But I'm factoring in a lot of different numbers based on land costs and other things that would be very site specific. So it's hard to give a specific range. So we have the ability to, still provide workforce, what would be defined as affordable because it's below 80% AMI. But, even at a non-abated price, but that would depend on a lot of different factors. But something, if I guess, average of $1,500 for us and $2,100 for a typical developer.
You all set up, Alder Roth?
I am. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions for this item that he's asking for a tax abatement on this particular property that has not been developed yet that he's trying to develop. Are there any more questions around this particular item? Okay. We will be going to public testimony. Okay. Are there any public testimony on this particular item? I don't see any hands. Say it again.
Mr. Chair, I believe there is one person.
Oh, okay. Okay, you have the floor.
Mr. Co-Chair, if I may just.
Name and address.
Yep, that's it.
Name and say that again. Go ahead, Co-Chair. 1 second. Go ahead.
That was it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we in the public portion right now, and I'm asking them to give their name and address for the record before they speak. Okay.
Am I up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please, your name and address for the record.
Thank you. It took a moment for the change in video to occur. I'm Kat Calhoun. I live at 288 Eastern Street, immediately adjacent to the subject property. I'm a participating member of the Quinnipiac East Management Team living in Ward 12, Mr. Antoon's ward. I live in the condo complex which shares the Hemingway Creek property line with the proposed development property. Other neighbors in all three contiguous wards, 11, 12, and 13, are interested and have comments which have not been heard. As you've stated earlier in this meeting, last month the Board of Alders approved the sale of the property. And I feel that these are rubber stamp approval processes that are potentially premature. I'm from California, so I don't understand completely the New Haven process and way of doing things. But I feel that there should be some public process and communication before all the pieces go through. I've been assured by Vessel and people within the city that there will be a wetland study before the sale transaction finally occurs. I am in touch with Mr. Levy at Vessel and appreciate his having the opportunity to present tonight. And he and I have talked about a definite plan to have a public meeting after the wetland study and whatever other due diligence. We'd like to have that in public in New Haven, maybe December, maybe January. My voice tonight is as a neighbor, as myself. So I want to make it very clear, I do not oppose the project. I do, however, oppose the lack of notice to the community and the unknown process of aldermen and their committees. I find out more by the New Haven Independent than any way else, and none of the alders in the affected area have communicated anything to me or other people that I know of. So, as chairperson of the Quinnipiac East Management Team, I can't make a QEMT statement tonight. However, repeatedly I've heard from community members the request for the desire to have open and transparent processes in our city government. I believe that each of you committee members, joint committee, and the audience all want an ever-improving quality of life in New Haven. I admit I'm confused, as a couple of aldermen have said tonight too. I'm confused in the tax abatement question and exactly what the committee is doing with data tonight. It feels, it's personal feeling to me, it feels like one or more of the alders are trying to sneak this sale project through without public notice or comment. I hope this is not the case, but I ask, why is there no public hearing on this proposed development? Or maybe a better question is, when will there be an opportunity for public comment? I know Mr. Levy at Vessel is intent on public comment. I have offered to host the meeting, whether it's in person or on Zoom. And so beyond that, I ask your joint committees to consider either publicly defining the process so that people in the community know what's happening when or next, or second, make a statement to press pause on further discussions or approvals until both the wetland study and community engagement have been accomplished. I don't know how all of this fits together. I don't know when it'll all happen. I'd like to not be confused. I and people I've talked to so far want the project to be a win-win, assuming it is buildable, respecting the wetlands, the environment, all the things in the neighborhood. So I thank Mr. Levy for being patient with the repetitive pieces of this process, which sometimes I feel are myopic looks at a slice of the project rather than the big concept. I like to work with big concepts, and I hope that this joint committee process tonight will shed some light on what the next steps are, and when the community becomes more involved to support the project, ask our questions, be sure that we're getting a new good deal. I mean, Vessel provides a lot of innovative technology into the housing community of New Haven. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. You are at the right place tonight because this is the public forum in reference to you speaking of support or not support or trying to understand or not understand. The process of how we do things has been around for a very long time. Thank you for coming from California to the state of Connecticut, and welcome to the New Haven area. The process for me and all the alders that's on this collective Zoom tonight, try to be transparent, constantly transparent. And what we try to do is bring it back to the community because that's what we're about. And that's why we have this open forum tonight. Thank you for once again participating and giving us your thoughts about the tax abatement, the idea about the wetlands. We received those. We would take them in total discussion and deliberation as we move forward. And I can tell you transparently, we are totally about the community and them having a voice on any things that come into each individual ward. So thank you once again on your public testimony. And we will be discussing that as we move forward. And at that present time, I want to ask you, the committee, do they have any questions for? Okay. Any discussion for that? Okay. Seeing none, are there any more people? Okay. All right. So please state your name and address for the record. He's muted.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Zabor. I live at 288 Eastern Street in New Haven. And I've been here for just 4.5 years at this location. And my apartment backs out onto the freshwater wetlands. And I'm just a stone's throw from the wooded section on this particular 136 property. So I know where there will be a wetlands examination or evaluation, but I don't know if there will be a birdland evaluation. That the triangular portion of woodlands on that property is the home of many bird species, or at least temporary quarters as they go through the Northeast Flyway. So I don't know if this is part of the City of New Haven's investigation or due diligence by Mr. Levy, but I just wanted to make that point that I do feed birds that come to my area here from across the marsh to snack on what I offer to them. And we've had, in the last couple of years, we've had 3 different types of woodpecker, blue jays, cardinals, which are my favorite, doves, sparrows, goldfinches, purple finches, starlings, grackles, titmice, chickadees, gray catbirds, and even a rose-breasted grosbeak. I think he was just passing through, but since we've only seen one of those. So in order to build this building and all of the parking spaces, which would take up probably 95% of that wooded triangle, I think that 95% of the birdland will go away. And I don't know if this is important to New Haven, but in the, in the idea of parks and green spaces in beautiful New Haven, it might be a consideration to the city or to the due diligence process here by Mr. Levy. I think that's about all that I can say is I enjoy my birds, a stone's throw away, and just a couple of wing beats back to my my snacks that I offer to these boys and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for feeding the birds. It's greatly appreciated. Are there any questions? Okay, I see no questions for Eric. Thank you again for your testimony. Do we have, I believe we have one more? Yeah, I believe, oh, it's two more. Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Sorry, I lost the audio. Am I on this time?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I am Patricia Kane. I live at 731 Quinnipiac Avenue. I am in the neighborhood that we're discussing. First of all, I want to support the observations and statements of a number of people as to the difficulty of understanding the process whereby a development moves forward. We as residents have had no formal notice of tonight's hearing. We have 3 alders who were involved in a very quick sale without any consultation with the community, and who appear to be very involved with the developer. None of my comments, by the way, are addressed in any way should be construed as a criticism of the developer. We've been through this before, where there was a big project and an alder testified in support of putting a plastic building in a historic district, and happily that project never saw the light of day. I don't have a position on this project at this time because I don't have any information. What I do have is a suggestion that we need somewhere to have it written down how a new proposed development moves from one stage to another, and a process that gives notice to the stakeholders. Some of you know that 2 years ago, I drafted and was assisted by Kevin McCarthy in writing up a proposed mandatory notice to neighborhoods. And the whole idea was we've all lived through too many controversies where people don't have information until a project is so far along. And then it's a very polarized process. That's too late. I am a trained mediator. I like to see people agree on things, but first they need information. You can't reach an agreement when you don't understand the facts, when you don't have information on the law or the details of a given project. So I can post this, I can screen share the proposal, but I believe I have sent it to every member of the Board of Alders, and it has yet to be even considered at a hearing. The whole purpose I drafted it was to avoid controversy, to avoid delays, to avoid polarizing a community around a project or a zoning change or anything. What I know from my mediation background is when people sit at the table with the support of someone who knows what's going on. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Patricia.
Yes.
Someone called a point of order in reference to your testimony of
Is
being
this
germane.
in favor or against? We certainly want to ensure we listen to testimony, but at this time we're not hearing if she's in favor or against. She's going off on a tangent, which has nothing to do with what was currently being discussed.
So, can you summarize in reference to your position tonight around this particular project? What I will ask for you to do is send the document that you put together, right? Send it to our legislator aide, Al Lucas, right? So we can take a look at your document. But it'll be greatly appreciated if you can summarize your position and interest around this particular item.
All right, I will proceed to that. As far as tax abatements, I have not seen any standards that any committee has written up that tells me on what basis tax abatements are granted. So in a positive way, I would like to see your committee or the entire Board of Alders establish standards that tell me who qualifies for a tax abatement, what guidelines have been established to determine eligibility, how is the amount of a tax abatement determined, how is the length of time determined, does anyone do a cost-benefit analysis, and is that published and available to the public? And also, how far in advance should such information, can such information be made available to the stakeholders? So I would like to see a process that involves prior notice, but also as far as tax abatements, there is, considering New Haven is a highly taxed and somewhat underserved community in terms of city services, tax abatements should be carefully guarded and absolutely justified to everyone's satisfaction. So to that extent, I would ask you not to vote on it tonight, but to get more information, both as to the legality and to ask yourself as a committee, can you not set standards so that there is some continuity, some consistency from one project to another? And that's
Thank you
the
so
end of
much.
my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those comments. Duly noted. Once again, I will ask that you send over anything that you think can help move things forward as we deliberate and go through our process. Thank you again. I believe there's one more. Okay.
Yes,
Please
can you
state
hear
your
me?
name. Yes, I can.
Okay, great. My name is Oliver Gaffney, 210 Lenox Street here in beautiful Fairhaven Heights. Want
Thank you
to
so
offer
much.
some comments here, sort of neutral on the tax abatement, but generally in support of the development. Really appreciate the information we got tonight from the developer, Josh Levy. And I think it's an intriguing project he has. He's definitely targeting a section of the market that we need. But I'm not entirely sure that I buy the premise of the tax abatement as it's been currently spelled out. I agree with what Alder Roth said about knowing the statute that enables the tax abatement, whether that's 830G or another statute. We talked a little bit about AMI in the committee discussion. I'd like to see just a little bit more of that come out for consideration by this committee. You guys have a lot of knowledge about the lingo that us lay people do not have, and I would really like to see Vessel come back to the table with whether it's a tax affordability plan or just some sort of document that explains their rationale for why they should, set the tax per unit at 1,500 and sort of how they qualify for abatement. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you again for hanging out with us on this tonight. I would ask, are there any more Any more questions from the public going once? Any more questions from the public going twice? Any more questions from the public? I will take a motion to close the public portion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
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 Okay, discussion. So the first up is Glendale. Do I have a motion to move that item?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
First item. Discussion on just the first item, not
Let
this
me second
particular
the first.
item. Say it again.
Let me second the first before we move. He moved it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Discussion on the Glendale project, the first item that we heard tonight. If I can lead off, I'm in support in a short order. I'm in support of the Glendale project. Any discussion?
I'm in support, Mr. Chair.
Hold on one second.
I'm in support.
Okay. I'm trying to look to see if anybody has their hand raised for discussion. Okay. Alder.
I got my hand up.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
on Zoom. Alder Douglas.
Yes, I support this project also. Glendower, their past work is shown inevitably to be successful, and we need more nice housing for our residents. So I'm in full support. Okay. Hopefully we can get moving on this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see Alder Abby Roth hand up. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I definitely agree that we need to improve this housing, and it's great that the plan is to make really nice housing here. I guess my question that I did appreciate the Alder from Ward 15 raising the issue of the $350, and I'm looking at that in light of I believe it's a 10.5% developer's fee. So 10.5% of the project is that fee of over $2 million. And so in my mind, that's a lot of money. It's over 1/10 of the project. Could that be reduced some and instead slightly increase the $350, which has been that way for so many years, and give some money back to the rest of the taxpayers in the city? So I guess I would propose, even increase it to 400 as the starting point, perhaps. Thank you.
You can't, no discussion for you. Glendale, raise your hand. You can't speak. Is there anyone else in discussion would like to speak at this particular time? Alder Kimberly Edwards have their hand raised. You have the floor.
I can't work my computer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be quick, simple. I am in agreement with Alder Santiago and Alder Roth to see if we can come to another number, whether it be 400, 375, 425. I just feel like realistically, we do need to analyze some of this stuff. Where we're not trying to cause harm, but we do need to try to be fair to the best of our ability, so we can serve everyone in our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I would ask, are you in support?
I am in support of Alder Roth's proposal. Do I need to second it? Because if I need to second
No, we're not there yet.
Because there's no motion. Okay. Yes.
I need clarity.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Alder Ernie Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Alder Roth and Alder Edwards said what I was going to say, but I would add that I believe that the Glendower group, I don't know, I don't remember the guy's name. He did say that he will look into it. So is that a motion? I'm just, repeating what he said, that he will look onto, and I support the project, but I also would like them to raise the 350. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
No, I'm just giving people time to have more discussion. Okay. Seeing none.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Based on the going with Alder from the 15th Ward, Alder Roth, and I believe Alder Kimberly Edwards, given the thought of potential increases, can we leave this item on the table and come back to it at a later date in order for us to have additional discussion and negotiations?
I don't think we need to. I don't think we should table it. I think we should put language around it. I think we can vote on this item tonight.
Okay.
I think we can move this item with as we go through the process. If we have to amend something with this group, but I don't think we should hold it up. I think that we should move it forward. It's a clean project. Let's give some grace to his history, the history of this, right? Let's give some grace to this history that, they've been a great partner. And we actually do something different, and they're going to come to the table. And we can see if we can do it, but I don't think we should table the project. My recommendation will pass the project with an amendment of looking into going from 350 to a possible, whatever it could be, without killing the project.
That is certainly very important and key. The fact that they have a history of productivity, of collaboration, of ensuring the wellness and benefit to the community. I certainly think that can certainly be weighed in, and I'm in agreement with that. I'm in agreement that we can certainly proceed in agreement and vote this item favorably with a potential amendment for future that we can bring it to 400 or more, or whatever is in appeasement to the committee.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? Seeing none?
I see Alder Roth.
Okay, I went to the left page. Alder Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarity. So I'm not quite sure if we're putting in language to the vote saying that before the final vote of the full board of alders will have amended this. I guess it's a little vague to me exactly what we're voting for, and it would be great if we could clarify that.
So what we're voting on is to pass the item, right? And as we go through the process, right, we're going to be back and forth having discussion, right, with the tax abatement team, with whomever that's be involved in that process to see, can we move from the 350 to 400, whatever it could be, right? It may be a no, right? But we have time to have those true discussions. But tonight, overall, what I'm asking the committee to do is to move the project forward. Like, whoever supports it. But before I get to the full board, we will be having discussions around that process. So no amendment or anything needs to be made right now, because we have time to discuss more with the Glendower group. Okay? Is that clear? Okay. So I get a head nod, but is that clear? Abby Roth, I'm asking you. You have a discussion.
Thank you. No, I didn't know. I saw my colleague from Ward 15 raising his hand, so I wasn't sure if he should answer.
Okay, so you're going to defer?
I'll let him speak first and then I'll chime in if I need to.
No, I want, because listen, I want to wrap it up, right? So I want to be able to, move this forward because we got another item to discuss. So,
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to.
Is that clear enough for you? What I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'd prefer a different approach, but I prefer to actually have something more specific that we're going to look at it. But if that's not the way we're going, I'm fine with just knowing that we'll continue to look at it before the full board votes.
Thank you for your trust. We will look at it before the next full meeting. So the other chair of the committee would like to say something. I'm going to defer to him.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I just wanted to ask your opinion. Once we vote this item out tonight, will we vote upon it as a communication item for the board in order to allow a process of time, or do we need to vote it as a UC item, only to ensure that because we're looking at a little bit of more time to get a little bit more information, it will probably make sense to go through the proper channels, as even though every channel that we suggest is proper, but it's sort of expediting it, going through the communications, first reading, second reading.
It will be a first reading. And the language, if we decide to do anything differently, the language could be put in before the second reading.
Okay.
This will be the first reading. Only thing we're doing is getting this out of committee tonight.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree.
Once we get this out of the committee tonight, that's when the back and forth, and we can try to move this and take it away and readjust things. And that's when we get to go on the floor and amend a bunch of stuff.
Right.
Right. So this is just getting in our committee tonight.
And to your point, Mr. Chair, just for the concerns of several, if it's voted out tonight and it goes to the full board, we still have an opportunity to pass over it as much time as needed. So if there's an item in communication at first reading, second reading, we can make the determination through the president if we can skip over it and continue the process. So even if it's voted out tonight, we still have enough time to ensure that all the T's are crossed and the dots are, or the I's that are dotted.
Yes, we do. Yes. Short answer is absolutely yes.
Yep.
So can I, Ernie Santiago?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I mean, to make it short and simple, because we just moved the item. We haven't made a motion yet. So whoever makes the motion, just make the motion to approve it with the how can I say it? So with the incentive that they will look at it to raise the 350. I mean, that will kill both birds with one stone. I mean, in my eyes.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, would the Vice Chair would like to make that motion?
Was that?
Through the chair.
Was that your motion?
Oh yeah, well yeah. If he, yeah, let's go with that. I make a motion that we go with it with the. How can I say this so everybody understands?
I heard you say it already.
Yeah, okay, you got it.
I heard you say it already. It's recorded.
Thank you.
Right? I need a second.
Second.
Okay. All's in favor? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Extensions? Anyone willing to change their vote?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move item 2.
All right. Thank you. The first item has passed. The first item has passed. Now we are in discussion.
Mr. Chair,
no. I need a motion to discuss the second item.
Mr. Chair, I move item 2.
Second.
Discussion. So, I take a little different take on this. I don't know if y'all want me to speak first, or
Mr. Chair, if you want, I can start.
You go ahead.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
defer
Chair.
to you.
Just for the sake of point of clarity, there is no formula for every development that comes through the pike. We look at it as a case.
Vice Chair. I'm co-chair.
Yep.
We don't have to discuss that right now.
Okay, say no more. Say no more.
We have
Just
to,
wanted to bring a
we
point of
hear. Thank you. We don't have to do that, right?
Say no more.
We go.
I yield.
We have to. I appreciate that. Humbly, honestly, humbly.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to stay on task.
Yes, sir.
What do we think of item number 2 as a tax abatement process? Giving them tax abatement, right, for the project, right? That's what we have to vote on. And we're in discussion, and we need a motion on how we're going to go. Do we want to table this? Do we want to vote yes? Do we want to vote no? But I would like to hear, right, short order, how we feel about this particular project. Do we think we should table? Alders, can you mute? Alders, can you mute? And for those who want to speak in discussion on this item, please raise your hand.
Is there any motion that we're entertaining?
Okay, Alder Kimberly Edwards. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is on the vessel project, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I would make a motion to table this, just based on my lack of interpretation, or I just feel like I need more documents to look at. Like, I don't feel like I have a full preview of what I'm signing off on. And if you find that that motion is just not appropriate, then I personally will just be voting no on it tonight.
Every motion is appropriate, but you need a second for us to continue to hear it.
Yeah, but we just in discussion.
Yeah, we're in discussion, correct?
We're just in discussion.
Okay.
Right? At the end of our discussion, we're gonna find out where our position is, right? So you just giving your discussion. You say you be voting no if we had to do this the way it is right now. That's
yes,
okay.
Sir.
That's fine. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Alder Abby Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with my colleague from Ward 19 for several reasons. First of all, as I mentioned, I would like to hear an opinion from Corp Counsel on section 28.4. Secondly, I actually think the point that Patricia Kane made about the lack of a standard is very relevant to this. My colleague Alder Festa and I submitted a request almost a year ago now for a hearing from the Board of Alders to come up with a standard, because there isn't one, and we need to have sort of guidelines to look at these. And I find
So
that very confusing.
Once again, Alder, please try to stay germane to the item that we have to vote on.
Sure, I actually think that is germane, but I will continue. I also think, as I mentioned, that the cost, I also think sort of that their cost doesn't really, I don't have evidence that they merit the abatement just based on what they're charging for rent and cash flow. I will say though, I just do want to make one point about their project. I do appreciate the model of it. I think it's something in terms of affordable housing that it's so low cost for each unit that it's something you don't have all those built-in costs that are driving up the prices on the first project we heard tonight. So I do appreciate that. But just in terms of the tax abatement tonight, I would certainly not be ready to vote on it if we had to vote on it as is. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Are there any more in discussion? Are there any more discussion in reference to this particular item? Okay.
So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to
What is the motion?
table this item.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion to table.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
I would not be in favor to table this item. I think that we should certainly give a suggestion to the board. We can certainly vote it out of this committee. The full board of alders can certainly continue the process, but this would allow for everyone, if you're in favor, yay, if not, nay. But to table this item, I would be against it.
Okay. So there's a couple of things we can do, right? So we have two chairs. One is on opposite sides in reference to moving it forward, because I'm in position of tabling this project to get more information, to get more thoughts around the process, and what that's on it, what that really looked like. But this is not in my ward. And I respect that. From my understanding, the ward, they want this, they want to figure it out as they go. I don't know if Ernie has his hand up. Okay. Oh, excuse me, my apologies, it's getting late. Alder Ernie Santiago. Jump in.
It's all good, man. Okay, I
No,
just
no.
Oh, I thought you recognized me.
No, I just want to just stay professional through the process. My apologies. Alder Ernie Santiago.
Thank you. I mean, I'm in agreement with my colleague Alder Crespo, because if we move this forward, we still go to what, two meetings? That will take a month by itself. Can we get the information in the meantime before the second vote from the board? That way nothing gets stuck. I mean, it's not that we're gonna vote today and it's approved tomorrow. We still gotta go through the process for the whole board. That will give us, we could make a motion to send it, to move it with the recommendation that we get all the information that we need in order to vote forward with the full board. I mean, that's my recommendation. Why hold it for a month? Then it will be another month before it gets approved to the whole board, and we could get the information in the meantime. That's my recommendation.
Thank you. We're in the midst of discussion. Alder Kimberly Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, thinking about what Alder Crespo and Alder Ernie Santiago said, I can agree with that. I can rescind my motion, and I would have no problem doing that. So we can move it along, and it doesn't impede our actual process of still getting more information and asking more questions or making amendments. So in light of that and thinking about that, I would be okay with changing course on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna move it to my Alder Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alder Edwards, and thank you, Alder Santiago, for articulating what I was attempting to say. I think you had a more clear thought than I, but it's exactly that. We certainly can move it through the process, and if we have to hold and say, ask the president if we can move it back to committee, that can probably also be an option and bring it right back if needed, or we can always go over it or still delay the process further if there's no clear set goal what they're trying to achieve. If we need to say nope, let's skip this item again, we can certainly do that through the process. But if from here to a week we get all the information that we need, we're able to continue the process and not delay it. But again, I also If there's additional information, let's go ahead and ask for that. In the meantime, let's put it into the board. But if we don't have the information, we will certainly continue to table it and go over it in the meantime.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we're still in discussion. Alder Abby Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this committee changes and moves forward, I will vote no. Just going back to looking at the 1,500, I have no basis to think this deserves 1,500. I'm looking back to when we voted on Antilles Manor, which had 50% AMI, and that paid $13.73, I believe, per unit. I mean, that this is 80% AMI and would be charged 1,500 makes no sense to me. And secondly, I frankly, after hearing many members of the public speak up about concerns about process and there are other concerns, I'm not in any rush to move this forward. I think there's an interest in making sure there's plenty of time to discuss all the elements of it. So if we do move forward with it, I will vote no. Thank you.
Okay, and that's what this board is all about, right? The transparency of a yes, the transparency of a no, right? That's what we do, right? That's why we're having this meeting tonight, right? This is a public forum on people positions and interests on how things move. Now, one thing about this board, I know from my committee, tax abatement committee, they're gonna do their due diligence. They're gonna ask questions. They're gonna go back. They're gonna find the answer, right? We're gonna try to figure that out as we move forward, right? There's no two ways about that, right? So there's some questions around this project. We need to do our job to follow up, to do what's right by the people. There's no two ways about it. That's why we took on these. That's why we took on these roles, because God knows. That's, we here tonight to do just that. So I entertain a motion. My Vice Chair Alder Douglas.
Mr. Chair, I will maintain my motion to table this item.
I get it. Okay.
I just don't think that we're in the position right now to make any decisions on this, and it needs to come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, right. So we're gonna do two things. We're gonna vote on the motion to table, and then we're gonna vote on the motion to move it forward. So this is what I'm gonna do, right? We're gonna do a roll call, okay? I wanna know, right? Because I'm on Zoom, I have to know, okay? So for those who want to table the item, roll call. So I'm going down the list. I want to start with myself, if it's okay. Alder Brown Wingate for Ward 29 is a no. Crespo.
No.
Alder Douglas.
Yes.
Alder Santiago.
No.
Alder Edwards.
No.
Alder Crespo. Cooper.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Alder Singh.
No.
Alder Jody Ortiz.
No.
Alder Roth.
Yes.
Now so the table
Rodriguez
item has failed, right? There's no table right now. We are moving into Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Carmen Rodriguez. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, I don't know.
That's okay.
Not a problem, Vice Chair.
I can't see
It is
you.
a no for me.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now there was a motion on the floor to move it forward.
Mr. Chair.
With 1,500. Yes.
Make a motion to move it forward favorably out of this committee with the caveat that we are going to get additional information before it gets voted for final approval by the Board of Alders.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. At what number? At the 1,500 number or?
So they did, that was what they had come before us.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to also, let me amend my motion, make a friendly amendment,
Mm-hmm.
and do similar like we did to item 1. And instead of going up 350 to 400 in the previous item, in this particular item, see if they can entertain going down for 1,500, 14, 1,300, if it's feasible.
Second.
Okay. All right. With that being said, moving out of the committee in this particular way, there's a roll call. Okay. And the roll call is.
And I think I see Alder.
Move it out of committee with the caveat. Right? Okay. Alder Roth.
Thank you. Just a clarification, Mr. Chair, of what my colleague from Ward 16 said. Is he suggesting to lower how much they have to pay in taxes per unit from the 1,500 that Lishta recommended? That's what it sounded like. I just want to make sure that that's what he meant. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Crespo.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a similar motion like we did for item 1, which is to see if there's any way that they can bring down, get additional information from them to bring some more clarity, but also to consider or reconsider if it's feasible to lower the taxes from 15 to 14, maybe 13, if it's feasible.
Okay. Thank you. Alder Kimberly Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question was similar to Alder Ross. I wanted to make sure, I want to be clear on what I'm voting for. He's still asking, so through you, Mr. Chair, is it still being asked to move this through favorably with that caveat, or?
Yes. Yes. It's asked to be moved favorably with that caveat, with the possibility that they can lower it from 15 to where they can lower it to and still get the project done. That's what he's putting out there right now.
Okay, and this is our discussion on this, because my only issue with that is we did give a range, you know, when we requested something from the number 1 thing we did tonight. I personally feel like it's too broad a range for me to vote it through favorably, even with the caveat, because I just feel like there's not enough there from what we spoke of tonight in the documents I received.
I mean, once again, you know, what we're voting on is to get the item out, and we have first reading, second reading.
Okay.
To amend this project as we go forward, right? I don't want to get too deep in the weeds about what we heard in reference to different things and what should be, how it should be done. You know, we are trying to trust the process here. We're trying to figure it out, right?
My suggestion would be to vote it out with no recommendation.
Okay, all right. So we can do that too. And I think that's the wise thing to do. Okay, all right, okay. That's not the motion right now. So that's not the motion right now. So I got to stay on task. So are we gonna take his motion as is?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to my amendment.
Go ahead.
And amend the item as amended.
Okay.
I would like to, for clarity,
yes,
make a motion to vote this item out of committee and that we get every information that is requested by the Board of Alders to be provided by this developer in order for us to make a final approval in the Board of Alders.
Second.
I'll second that one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Second. Okay. Discussion on his amendment. Is there any discussion on his amendment?
No.
Okay. Seeing no
Excuse me,
discussion
Mr.
on
Chair.
his.
Could you repeat what the motion was? 'Cause you're a little bit quieter than I could hear.
So, thank you, Don. It was honestly 3 motions, but the last motion basically took us back to the very beginning. This motion was basically having a motion that basically cleans the process. We do it like we normally do it. We have a first reading, we have a second reading. If there's anything we need to amend, anything we need to do, any history we need to do, what we do is do it at that time.
Right.
Okay.
It's going through as a favorable.
That's what we're going. That's what we're doing.
That's all I need to know.
Okay. It's going through as it's going through as a favorable.
Yep. Just so I know how to send it forward. Okay,
Now,
I've got it.
That's the motion on the floor.
That is my motion. Correct.
Okay. All right. So, we have a first reading, we have a second reading that we have to do our homework and do what we have to do to find out if we're going to really move this to the full. We try to move it to the full board now, but if we need to do amendments as this process go on, we have time to do it. Okay. So, with that being said,
I call the
there's a motion.
I rescind calling the question. I rescind calling the question. Forgive me.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor that we move this item favorably to the full board. All's in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, well, we're gonna do a roll call.
Yeah, okay, roll call.
So we're gonna do a roll call, starting with myself. Yes. Alder Crespo.
Yes.
Alder Douglas.
Same.
Alder Santiago.
Yes.
Alder Edwards.
No.
Alder Cooper.
Yes.
Alder Jody Ortiz.
Yes.
Alder Singh.
No.
Alder Cooper. Alder Carmen Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alder Roth.
No.
So it carries. Okay. Before I take a motion to adjourn, I just want to say this. Thank you. Thank you for your true discussion. Thank you for your interest in all these projects. I'll be honest with you. It'd be late sometime. What?
You know, tax abatement committee meeting after that.
Well, I got my 2 cents. Y'all gave me the chair. I'm the chair. So I'm gonna take my 2 minutes and say what I'm gonna say. I appreciate y'all. That's what I want to say. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go do what y'all do. But I appreciate y'all hanging with me for the last 3 hours. Okay, right? Doing the city business, right? Right. So thank you. Respectfully, there's no 2 ways about it. Thank you. I throw it to the chair.
Mr. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for participating. So before we adjourn, just a point of clarity, the economic development process is not a public process. This is the public process here. Through the joint CD tax abatement committee, we are able to hear the public testimony in this particular manner. But normally what happens is the developer sits with the city, they have discussion, they have negotiations, then it comes to our committee, but it is not public process. Just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you everyone for participating. Tax Abatement Committee, don't leave. If you're able to, if anybody from another committee wishes to stay on to help me with quorum, that'll be fantastic. I will recognize you. We will start in 30 seconds. I mean, unless you want to go for a bathroom break, we can start when you guys come back, or we can just dive right in. I see people going out. Take a quick bathroom break. Let's take a quick 3 to 5 minute. Nope, no reason. Okay, I thought you left. All right, let me just pull up the agenda. Bear with me. All right, we can start recording. If we have quorum. Do we have quorum? Yes. I hereby call this meeting to order. Today, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021, at 9:32 p.m. via teleconference, the Tax Abatement Committee will hold a public hearing, and it can be viewed at https://bit.ly/3WTVQIJ, or join by telephone at 312-626-6799 or 301-715-8592 and enter webinar ID 936-0756-7631 and add phone voice only passcode 489-971-4391. Item 1, LM-2021-0385, order concerning real property taxes of William Jackson on motor vehicle tax accounts 76454 and 75158. Item 2, LM-2021-0391, order concerning real property taxes of Tamika Flowers on her motor vehicle tax account numbers 953-874, 67320, and 6778. 3, LM-2021-0484, order abating the deferred collection of real property taxes due from Helen Freeman on her residence for grand list of 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. 4, LM-2021-0307 from Beacon Community Services LLC, submitting an order concerning an application for tax abatement for mixed income, mixed use, affordable development proposed at State and Chapel Street in New Haven, Connecticut. 5, LM-2021-0149 from Claris Global Alliance, submitting on behalf of Community Preservation Partners doing business as Fairbanks Community Partners LP, an application for tax abatement regarding its 100% affordable housing rehabilitation at 355 Ferry Street. For committee action only, items 6 and 7. Item 6, LM-2021-0394, ordering abating the deferred collection of real property taxes due from Aldora Nelson and her resident grant list of 2019 and 2020. 7, LM-2021-0440, order abating the deferred collection of real property taxes due from Joanne Sockwell on her grant list of 2020. My apologies. And also item 8 for committee action only. 8, LM-2021-0461, 0468, order abating the deferred collection of real property taxes due from Deborah Dorsey, her residence of Grand List 2020. Those items are on file and available in the office of the city clerk, 200 Orange Street, room 202, New Haven, per order Honorable Jose Crespo, Chair, attest Honorable Michael B. Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance, 203-946-7651, voice, or 203-946-8582, TTY. The public may send public comment to publictestimony@newhavenct.gov, or join us via video conference at the information that was provided earlier And they can also join us through telephone with the phone numbers that were provided using the webinar ID provided. At this time, I would like to start with my committee. And if you could just state your name and your location, your ward. Starting with my vice chair.
Ernie Santiago, Ward 15.
Frank Douglas, Ward 2.
Jody Ortiz, Ward 17.
Abby Roth, Ward 7.
Kimberly Edwards, Ward 19.
And I would like to recognize Mr. Majority Leader Richard Furlow, Honorable Alder Ana Festa, and Honorable Alder Carmen Rodriguez. At this time, I would like to ask if there is anyone from item 1 who's going to be testifying before us. Don or Al, if you can let them in.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I tried to contact both the people for item 1 and item 2. Neither one of them got back to me, and this is the third time that they've been before the committee.
Very
and they
good.
are not here tonight.
I appreciate it. This is going to be an easy discussion at the end. Anybody from item 3?
Yes,
Well,
there is.
We really don't need them, but if they're here, we certainly would like to hear them.
Yes,
because this property taxes deferment for Helen Freeman, and I believe if she's applied before for 17, 18, and 19, if she's come before
Yes.
us.
The gentleman, Jerry, is for the Mrs. Freeman.
Okay. If they can
Could
state
be.
an address for the record.
I believe. And I need Al to. Lost me. He was just here. Up there he is.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, yeah, so I'm representing Helen Freeman, and this is her application for abatement for 27 through 2020. Did you get my address, 476 Grace Trail?
Yes.
Connecticut. Yeah, so Ms. Freeman is living on Social Security and a small pension, and her expenses exceed her income. So, I mean, that's the basis for the application. She is seeking to move at some point. She's applied for assisted living, and at that point she would sell the property. But at this point, it's currently in foreclosure, and she can't afford to satisfy the debt.
Jerry, can I call you Jerry?
Yes, you can.
Thank you for that statement and for letting us know this information. Has Ms. Freeman asked for a deferment of collection in the past?
I don't believe so. I also want to point out that she's 92 years old, so she is quite elderly. She's I'm not aware if she's tried.
He has not.
Okay.
He has not applied before.
She's tried to get financing and has been unsuccessful. So, you know, this, and she, as I've stated, she's applied for assisted living, but there hasn't been able to find any availability at this point. Okay. So, you know.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that information. I would like to entertain any questions from the committee for Mr. Cherry at this time in relations to Ms. Helen Freeman. Going around the room, seeing none. One question, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah. So did I hear correctly? Is the home in foreclosure right now?
It is. It's in tax foreclosure. They're foreclosing those grand lists 17 through 20.
How far along in the foreclosure is it? Do you know?
We're about 30 days after the return date. So,
Alder Santiago, I can answer that. I have put it on. I've had the tax collector put it on hold pending the action of the board.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah, that was my next statement, because we have stopped foreclosure before. So we could let that, she's 92. So we have done that before. I don't know if we still can. So she stays in her home, as long as possible. So that was my next statement. So thank you.
But I'll just point out that she is actually looking for assisted living and will be selling at that point. So perhaps the city will get paid even sooner than.
But in the meantime,
But in the meantime, it takes a little
we-
pressure off.
We will help. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vice Chair. Any other committee member? Alder Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to thank Jerry for staying on for 2 hours after the start time to represent, because that's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Alder Roth, and I agree, and I second that. Any additional questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Jerry. At this time, you can certainly wait a little bit more as we deliberate at the end, or you can wait and you can certainly log out and call Don Hayden tomorrow, and he'll let you know what was the decision of this committee, and get that information then. Or you can feel free to just stay on standby until we deliberate at the end.
Thank you. I do have to run. I'll check in with Don tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
You too.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Don, item number 4, do we have anyone from Beacon Community Services, LLC? This time, you know what? Let me go over items 6, 7, and 8 before we go into 4 and 5. Given that we have an action to take on 6, 7, and 8, which have to do with deferred collection of real property taxes for these 3 applicants, I just want to ask Don, are these individuals applying for the first time, or is this a repeat?
They're all repeats and they meet the requirements.
Perfect. Got it. So we don't have to hear, we can deliberate at the end. So let us go into 2 more items. Item 4, do we have anybody from Beacon Community Services, LLC? And if we do, if we can let them in, name and address for the record, please.
I see a hand up. I don't know if you see Alder Crespo.
Economic Development, yep, but I see them muted.
I think they want to speak for them, if I'm not mistaken.
We have.
Good evening, Chair. As you're bringing into the room, I just wanted to make sure there are 2 things. One is that I can't seem to get the video on. It's stopped by the host, perhaps because of the hour of the night. But also make sure that you see Dara Covell and Leanne Hatfield, both from Beacon, who are in the waiting room.
We can see them, but we can see you as well.
All right, we made it. I was having a little panic attack after sitting here for 2.5 hours that we weren't going to make it. Hi, I am Dara Covell. I'm with Beacon Communities. My address for the record is 142 Clinton Road in Brookline, Massachusetts. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair and members of the Tax Abatement Committee. We're really happy to be here tonight. I am joined by my colleagues, Ben Phillips and Leanne Handfield, who can introduce themselves as I hand them the mic as we go through our presentation. Thank you for having us at this late hour. We're really grateful to make it on your agenda. Don, I'm hoping that I would love to share my screen for a minute, and then I would love to give it to Leanne to be able to share her screen, if that is in the oh yeah, you are good. All right. Okay, so before I get started, I want to just recognize the context that we're asking for this tax abatement for a proposed 76-unit development at Staten Chapel in the heart of downtown. We know that both the LISHTA Committee and the Tax Abatement Committee has had a lot of discussions about policy, transparency, process, calculations. We get that that's all kind of on the table, and we're very supportive of that conceptually. That will certainly help developers like Beacon Communities who are building affordable housing all over Connecticut. And certainly we want to do more in New Haven because that will help us predict what the future holds. We have a proposal before you that is different from what the LISHTA recommended, that was predicated on previous comparable projects, comparable calculations we had seen, as well as a submission we made about a year ago to the committee, and then pulled back at the last minute, which we don't have to get into, but I just want to put it in that framework. And we'd love to spend more time talking to you about how we came up with the number, and I'm sure you'll have lots of great questions. So without any further ado, I just want to share a couple of things just so you guys can get to know us a little bit. We're in 12 states, so I'm going to just start by sharing who we are. We are in 12 states across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. We do property tax abatements in between 25 and 30% of all of our projects. So like when we're doing development, whether it's in Connecticut or Massachusetts or Pennsylvania or New York, we're talking about property tax abatement. So we see this as a very, very powerful tool to allow us to create affordable housing. And in the case of State and Chapel, deeply affordable housing, some of which will serve people who are either homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. So I just want to kind of make that broader point about property taxes and abatements playing a big role in creating affordable housing. We are all over Connecticut, but most importantly, we're here in my hometown of New Haven. I have spent half my life in New Haven. I'm a native New Havener and just have recently moved to Massachusetts. We are the owners and managers of Monterey Place, which is on the Dixwell neighborhood. Alderwoman Morrison is our alder there. We redeveloped this property about almost 20 years ago, and Alder Douglas referred to growing up in Elm Haven. I didn't realize that was in his history. We redeveloped this with a federal program and are serving now 339 very low-income families at Monterey. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with this property. We're very proud of it. And it actually has a tax abatement. We did it in partnership with the New Haven Housing Authority. It has a tax abatement. We pay about $400 per unit per year on this property, and it allows us to serve those very low-income families. And it's a wonderful property. Most recently, we're actually about to start construction on renovating Edith Johnson, we call it, which is 114 Bristol. It's kind of buried behind Payne Whitney Gym. This is going to have a $6 million renovation that we're bringing resources from the state and federal government to allow us to do that. And we're very excited because that property, when we did the redevelopment of Monterey from Elm Haven, we were not able to spend the money on this building, and now we're going to be able to do that. This serves 95 elderly and disabled households at very, very affordable rents, extremely low-income households. We are also active in adjacent communities such as Branford. We're hoping to start construction on 67 new units of housing in Branford, right up 95 from you. Up 91, all the way north of Hartford, we did a 160-unit redevelopment of a mill building on the Connecticut River. I shared this one because it, while we're very proud of the building, it's half affordable. So 80 units are affordable, 80 units are market rate, and we got tax increment financing on this. So we got a tax abatement in the town of Windsor Locks, which allowed us to create deep affordability in the 80 units of affordable housing. So that was what allowed us to do that in this case. Down in Stamford, we did something like Monterey Place, which was a redevelopment of a public housing property called Southwood Square. And then back here home to New Haven, we are going to talk about State and Chapel, but one of the things we're very proud of, and actually is part of our framework for asking for this tax abatement is, and for proposing this project, frankly, is the work that we have done at 9th Square. So we purchased the residences at 9th Square about 2 years ago. We have renovated it. About $18 million has gone into that building. It is 335 units of housing that is half affordable, again, half affordable, half market rate. So about 170 units are affordable at 9th Square. That was made possible by a tax abatement that we got about two and a half years ago from some group of you who were probably there, in which we pay $600,000 of total tax at this property per year. Now, this property is about 5 times as large as our state and chapel proposal. It also has 50,000 square feet of commercial. And one of the things we're proudest of, frankly, and I'm going to stop my share so I can see you all, because I just seeing this little sliver. One of the things we're proudest of in Ninth Square is that property tax abatement not only allowed us to keep those 170 units deeply affordable, but it allowed us, for example, we have 21 small businesses in the commercial space. We've had 4 businesses leased from us during the pandemic. We were able to grant concessions to people who couldn't pay their rent during the pandemic. And now we are at 90% occupancy in the commercial space at Ninth Square, which is very exciting. And what's particularly exciting to me about what's going on at Ninth Square is 65% of the businesses in Ninth Square are owned by entrepreneurs of color. And we created this vibrant new community that we couldn't be more excited about. And that was what led us actually to purchase the property at State and Chapel. And Leanne's been working hard on the kind of the development work with the city plan department, and we've gone through the ZBA. We've done a whole host of work. And I should stop and say thank you to Mike Piscatelli and his team, Steve Fontana, and as well as Alex Pullen, who spent some time with us. We got a little bit more familiar with how he thinks about the assessment process. So we've learned a lot, and I want to lay out for you what the project is. But before I hand it to Leanne, you just saw 2 very different projects. So you saw the Vessel project and you saw Glendower's project. Our project is very similar to the Glendower project on a financing basis. So we are accessing, and I thank Ed LaChance for having walked you guys through, whether it's the tax credit financing or the syndicators and the investors and the cash flow and the developer fee. All of the things he said about their project are similar to ours. We have the same kind of affordability restrictions. We have the same kind of regulatory restrictions. It's very, very similar. The one sizable difference here, other than they're a housing authority and we're a private developer, is that we're producing new units. So in this case, we're actually building new units. 76 new units, of which 60 will be affordable. And again, at 60, 50, and 30% of area median. It's also a very complex project, and it's in the heart of downtown. So it has historic buildings and rehab and all this other exciting stuff that Leanne will walk you through. But we are producing new units right next to the train station in the heart of downtown. And if this property was in someone else's hands, it obviously could go market rate, as many of the developments are going on all sides of us, which is really exciting to see because there's huge investment in downtown New Haven, and that's great. This would be 60 new units of affordable housing in the heart of downtown. So I think without further ado, I guess I just want to make sure I've covered the things I wanted to hit. I will hand it to Leanne. I will also say, this is a program and a process that I hope we've kind of given you a sense. We're very committed to the affordable delivery of the affordable units. We're an owner and a manager, and we're really excited. I mean, even hearing the story of the woman whose house is being foreclosed on, the kinds of units we're providing here are affordable at levels that people on Social Security would be able to live in this housing. So, Leanne, I think I'm going to offer it to you to take it away.
Thanks, Dara, and hello, everyone. Thanks again for having us here tonight. I'm also going to share my screen, Don, if that's okay for a moment.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Leanne Hanfield with Beacon Communities. My address is 124 Georgetown Road, West Newbury, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Sure. No, thank you. So just to orient us again, and I know Dara sort of walked through the screen, but just again to sort of orient us in this project that we're talking about tonight, the State and Chapel project, which is sort of in Ninth Square's back door. We're continuing the important work that we've done there. And actually, as part of this project, you can see this like hyphenated red line here, and that's actually a pedestrian throughway that we plan to incorporate as part of this upcoming project to make that pedestrian connection there and offer the residents of Satan, the future residents of Satan Chapel, sort of this immediate access to the commercial and the retail outlets sort of already in place at 9th Square. I've got for you today just a quick picture of what you might be familiar with on the corner there of Satan Chapel. This is the existing 742 Chapel. Beacon owns this building, and as you go up Chapel Street up to 760, which are all part of the project today, you can also see sort of this big sort of gap here in the city streetscape, and that's what we affectionately call the State Street lot. That'll be part of this project as well. And so just to take you through, this is sort of the snapshot, the perspective view of what we are proposing. This is that State Street lot where we are proposing to build a new construction component into the existing historic chapel buildings, and it will wrap the corner and then continue up to Chapel Street. And this is just another perspective view from the State Street. And as Dara mentioned, we've already been through zoning and city plan commission with the city, and this is all in preparation for our upcoming financing application to the state. And our request before you tonight, the tax statement request, is part of this viable financing package for this project that will make it viable and make it financially feasible. As Dara mentioned, this is a transit-oriented site. We're directly across the street from the State Street rail station. It's an adaptive use project and the infill of that missing tooth. So this is a really complex project, and embedded in that complex site, there's increase and high costs associated with that. This project will use prevailing wage on the construction side, and will also, again, as I mentioned, preserve the existing historic assets with the new construction piece. This also is a complex site just by virtue of being an urban infill project itself. And the other high piece of this, as Dara mentioned as well, is that new production is significantly higher to build than existing housing. So just to reiterate, this is different from a smaller scale and less complex project. And the deep income restrictions that we're proposing here produce significantly less rental income than market projects or projects with 100% project-based rental assistance. We are anticipating applying for some Section 8 on this project, and those are in the pro forma today. But again, it's not 100% subsidized with rental assistance, which is different from other projects that this might be compared to. So those deep restrictions and those restricted rents mean that there's less revenue to pay operating costs compared to a traditional market development. And so we've set this request at $400 per affordable unit. So our request is that the affordable units themselves be set at a tax level of $400 per unit, and that the market and the commercial components would be assessed through traditional assessments for the entire property. So this is sort of one piece of the puzzle. There's a lot of pieces that we're working towards to get into CHFA in January. That'll make this application complete, and that'll leverage, this is a $40 million project that we're bringing to the city. And so this request also leverages those outside sources that we anticipate applying for in January. And I think with that, we can open it up to questions, or if Dara, you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think you got it all, Leanne. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you both, Dara and Leanne, for your presentation. It's certainly very informative, and we certainly can appreciate that. I failed to hear, how many years are you seeking that tax abatement for?
It'll be for the traditional 17, which is, I think, a 2-year construction period plus 15-year abatement.
Okay, so total of 15. And what would be the increase of any per, because I did read that it was supposed to be a 3% increase per year?
Correct.
And you would start off with a 400 per unit, and this is for the 60 units?
That's correct.
Out
of 76, that's correct.
That would be approximately 78% of the property that's being used for low-income housing, if you will.
80% of the property, 80% of the residential units will be affordable.
Okay, gotcha. And just to piggyback off my colleague from our previous 2 meetings 2 hours ago, any parking?
There are 3 on-site spaces.
Okay.
which again has gone through sort of the city process, I think.
Okay. I would entertain additional questions from the committee, and I recognize Alder Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an easy question. I read it 14 times, but my brain is loopy right now. Can you give myself a breakdown of the units? Like, I know 80% affordability, but there are different AMIs. And I know there was like a 30, 50, 60 mix, or am I making that up?
Nope, yeah, sure, I'm happy to give that to you. So there are 15 units at 30% AMI.
Mm-hmm.
There are 31 or 40% of the project at 50% AMI. There are another 14 at 60% AMI, and the remaining 16 are true market rate units, which is about 20%. And again, those are very tailored to state housing policy goals and initiatives that are set forth by CHAFA.
Yeah. And Alder Edwards, just to elaborate a little on the deeply affordable ones, the 30% of area median income units will be the units that are targeted, as I mentioned, to folks who are at risk of homelessness or maybe experiencing homelessness right now. And we've been in touch with both, Columbus House, who obviously does great service work in New Haven, Mehul Dalal on the Community Service Administration side, as well as Quinnipiac University on partnering on health and housing programming that we may be able to bring to the site. So that lower income tier will get a lot of support for whatever needs and services that they may want to kind of thrive and stabilize their lives and get on to the next stage of their needs.
And you just said this, but let me make sure I wrote it down properly. So the $400 per affordable unit is based on 60 units.
Correct.
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 As far as you did give a little background of how you're trying to get people and with the Section 8 thing and the homelessness thing. How do these break down with how many 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms? How does that work?
Sure. So we have a total of 18 studios, 19 1-bedrooms, and 39 2-bedrooms. And there again, that is to mirror state housing policy goals to create a majority of 2 bedrooms in these downtown locations for non-age restricted housing.
Okay, and now I'm going to ask this question, and it may be answered in something I read, but when I first heard about this project as a New Havener, Kimberly Edwards, not necessarily Alder Edwards, a red flag came to me immediately. And I am totally in favor of affordable housing. But my first thought was we were putting lipstick on a pig. I'm just going to be honest. We're downtown, across from the train station. We're near Elm City Market. We're near all these places that basically all New Haveners don't use. So my thought was, is this housing going up and you're trying to get applications for students or grad students? And I do know we have some restrictions on getting stipends and subsidizing them. But I just want to be clear that is my first thought. Like, who are we building this for? Truly.
Yeah. Well, we're building it for the working poor and for small households who really need the housing, that who can't afford to live at 360 State and who can't afford to live at Crown and College and who can't afford it in any of these other properties. And we know this well because we own, again, 335 units around the corner, like where the demand is. And there's huge demand for the affordable units at 9th Square. And we have a really substantial waiting list there. And these will be people who need rents at these affordable levels. So people who are making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year who need quality apartments. And this is going to be a transformation to that corner that we're really excited to be able to bring.
Okay, so so you're telling me basically this is the true deal, and this is not for graduate or PhD students that come in town and that they're going to have low income levels and possibly qualify for services. They're not included in this mix, correct, legally?
Right, students can't live in regulated tax credit housing. It's a federally regulated program.
I thought so. And I just wanted clarity on that because like I said, it looked like you were putting lipstick on a pig. And I'm going to be totally honest. Although you do, you buy these, we sell you the land. I think we give you great deals, to be honest. I think we need to charge you more, to be honest, going forward with most of the developers, because you guys are really savvy. We do want your money. We need you to pay taxes. I'm just being frank. Our residents need their own relief. So
Yeah.
I am very cautious when I'm giving out tax abatements.
Absolutely.
And although you have a great reputation and your stuff looks pretty and you're doing the right thing, we need to make sure you continue to do the right thing because you guys make money off of this. I mean, this is not charity work. So thank you. And if I have any more questions, I'll come back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Edwards. I would like to entertain Vice Chair Alder Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I totally agree with my colleague, Alder Edwards. I just got two questions, actually, one maybe. I'm reading on the notes here that you're asking for $400 each with no escalation. Is that you ask?
I think we proposed 3% escalation a year.
Oh, but he says no escalation. But okay, but my question is, why did Lista, maybe I'm not reading this.
You read it right. You read it right.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So why did Lista is recommending 1,500 per unit? That's a big increase. I mean, why did they see that, that it's worth, instead of 400, 1,500? That's a big jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start and Leanne can fill in. I think it's fair to say that this is a very complex property. The combination of 60 affordable units, 16 market rate units, and then I think about 23,000 square feet of commercial space made it a little bit complicated for people to understand what was being taxed at what rates. And I think in the end, it was decided that a set number should be applied to all the properties. And we got caught up in what I think was not maybe a little bit of an apples and oranges because we are producing new units, because we aren't 100% project-based Section 8. I think there was just some confusion about how the calculation was made. And we're just trying to clarify that as part of this presentation.
Okay, so because our guy is pretty good with numbers. He's pretty good with numbers.
Yeah.
And did you reach out to him before?
You mean Alex? Who are you?
Is it Gormley? Is it Gormley, right? Gormley? Mr. Catelli, that's his name, right? Gormley?
If I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, one of the reasons why I did want to make sure I was here tonight, even though our committee is away, was that very question. It would be certainly confusing to the full committee if you were not in the LISTA meeting to get a context for it. So there's two things to keep in mind. The first is there's a gap with this project. And I think you heard right now the transformative nature of it in terms of what it brings to the city in a deeply affordable market class that we just don't have enough units going into production right now. So we want to move this project forward. We want to be in a good position for the competition that's next, which is the state funding ask, right? So this is doing our part to fill the gap. The second part of it, and should you move it forward tonight at the $400, and I hope that you will, we will provide the full board a memo that describes the disconnect that happened at LISTA concerning what the assessment of true market value was. We spent quite a bit of time on it today, and we'll boil it down into memo format for you. And it's just as Dara and Leanne can explain a little bit more eloquently than I can, but it relates, one, that on some of the deals that are similar to this, like you saw, typically maybe it's a full project-based Section 8 deal, and that's a full market rent. That's not the case with this project. And then second, it's that split because the project value is higher, costs more to do because it's not just affordable housing. We get some commercial retail, we get some market rate units. It fills a gap in the corner, it's all new construction. All of that will be boiled into a memo for you. And I regret, just because of the nature of between November 8th and today, it's not ready, but it'll give you a sense for how we arrived at different numbers from, maybe a sort of an apples to apples thing.
Okay, so my next question is, how soon do you need the approval for this to go forward? Because, like the meeting that we had before, there's no lista members here, no lista. And I would love to talk to them before we move forward, even though we could move the project forward with the caveat that, we get all the information. And if we see something, that we don't like it, we could send it back or pass it over, we could do things in the meantime. Like I said, I don't want to stop it here. I would like to get it going. That's only me talking. But I would really like to talk to, have some of the Lista committee members, talk to them to see what was the reasoning. Because I said, Mr. Gormany is awesome with numbers. I know he is. So there's a reason. And like I said, Mr. Piscatelli, I love your what you just said out here. But I just, need a little more information. And I will go forward with the project, but to make sure you guys know that if I don't, if when we talk to them, it doesn't, clear my understanding of the project, because it's a big gap from 400 to 15, to 1500. So I just want to make sure clear. And once again, the question, how fast do you need this approval?
Well, what I might suggest is if it's the sentiment of the committee to move forward with the project, that this is a project we want to move forward on, Dara can walk through the schedule, which, we're trying to hit a date in January for the application for the tax credits, but also positioning ourselves for some support from the state on the gap. It's certainly achievable to bring Lista or a team member from Lista back to explain it to the committee, but it would require quite a bit of the committee's cooperation to figure out that schedule. And I'll let Dara walk through it since she knows it very, very well at this point.
Yes, thanks, Mike, and thank you, Vice Chair and Chair. We're not to be dramatic, but we're sort of up against it on the time frame. I know that there was a period of time that the Lista wasn't meeting between when we applied in June and then just recently, a couple of weeks ago, and we are now in a position where we need to have all of our documentation ready and submitted to the state on January 12th. What that means is that I understand that there are 2 hearings that have to happen at the full Alder board in order for this to become official and final, which is what we would need. And I frankly don't even know if there are 2 hearings scheduled between now and January 12th. So any slowdown in this process, and obviously we don't want to put the committee in a position where we're rushing, but the absence of a Lista hearing over the last half year has put us in this tough position. And we're very open to answering any questions, certainly talking to Lista, and I certainly would encourage, it'd be great for us to hear what the thought process was behind the 1500, because we don't actually know ourselves. But in any event, we're really short on time here because it's less than a month and a half away that we have to have our application in, and obviously with the holidays, that makes it really tricky.
Mr. Chair, before you ask any additional questions, I just wanted to put a point of clarity. I am a member of Lista. I'm actually the chair of Lista. However, I wasn't in the last meeting as I had prior engagements for that particular time. My question would be, as the chair of the tax abatement and of the Lista committee, when did this particular application come to us as Lista? Because in the last 2 years, I haven't had an opportunity to hear it in Lista. And I've been sitting in that committee for 2 years now, but I haven't heard it prior to last meeting that I did not attend. Did it go before us before in Lista? And if it did, I can't recollect hearing this particular project coming forward.
This application that we're discussing tonight was submitted in June of this year. A prior iteration of the deal was submitted last August of 2020. when it was just the State Street lot. And we've since sort of expanded the project to include the adaptive reuse of those chapel buildings, which allowed the project to be bigger and more units and commercial and preserve commercial sort of space as part of the project as well.
Gotcha. And if my memory serves me correct, I believe that it was delayed on a couple of issues not pertaining to Lishta. I think it were pertaining to Lishta,
Right.
but on Lishta's because we certainly can hear the items, but I think there was a little bit of delay from colleagues, and so we certainly could have heard it sooner, but we weren't able to hear it due to some delays that were happening. So definitely understand the need to not expedite, but at least push through the process. So when we deliberate, we can certainly have a conversation with the committee on the similar terms of, with the caveat of additional information being received from your team in
Of
order
course.
to improve. But that we're not there yet. I just wanted to
Understood.
make a point of clarity that I am Lishta. I am part of Lishta.
Yeah.
And I am the chair. So I did not have an opportunity to hear all the numbers and the explanation for this increase. Nevertheless, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Vice Chair, to get that information as to why that spike and increase to 1,500, because we do like to understand those numbers very well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chair. Through you, maybe Mr. Piscatelli could get those numbers to us, and then we could just move the item, get it through, and then we could get all the numbers correct, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
I also would like to recognize Alder Roth, and I think I saw Alder Edwards' hands up as well. I recognize Alder Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually did listen in on the Lishta meeting, but I don't know if it's appropriate for me to just share that now, or I should save that for the discussion.
Up to you. I mean, you can certainly share.
If it's helpful, I don't think there was sort of analysis of the costs that for Beacon for this project. And so it wasn't saying, oh, that the 1,500 would enable them to do this financially. The sense I had, maybe I misunderstood, was that it was that other projects, that was the rate that was given, and saying, let's be equal across projects. So in my mind, I did not see sort of an analysis of what it would cost them to do this project. So again, better to hear from them directly, but that was I was sort of surprised that number was picked, to be honest. It seemed a little bit, there didn't seem much analysis behind it. But I do have a few questions, and I'll just frame this by saying the Ninth Square, I share it with Alder Rodriguez, and Beacon has done a tremendous job there with that building, and also that we obviously have a high need for affordable housing. With that being said, I am interested in a few things. One, kind of your choice of building. You say in your cover letter it's a lot more expensive to build new housing from scratch, and this is a very expensive project, which leads to part of your need, I think, for such a low tax rate. And a year ago when you came before us, there was a little bit less housing, and it was $600 per unit. I guess I'm trying to understand kind of the thought process, like if you had some more market rate units in the building, or if you sort of scaled it back a little, or if you had built somewhere else. I understand you want to have it right by the Ninth Square, just to sort of create units in some way which weren't quite so expensive to build. I mean, I think it's over $500,000 per unit if I'm doing my math right. So just your thoughts on that would be great.
Well, I'll start, and Leanne can elaborate. I think the reality is, and this is honestly a policy decision that jurisdictions like New Haven make all the time. The question is, where do you want affordable housing, and what is it worth to put it there? In the city of Boston, we're building deeply affordable housing in partnership with the Boston Housing Authority for $650,000 a unit. And that's just to say that it's expensive to build high quality housing that will last for many decades, particularly in places where costs are high. So when you have a high cost market where the labor costs are high, and then you have a high cost site where you have a complex set of construction constraints, and we're building at prevailing wage, which is a good thing and appropriate. All those things conspire, as well as just the acquisition cost, which is driven somewhat by the commercial. To do a mixed use development, we're going to reinvigorate the commercial space on Chapel Street the way we did at 9th Square. All those things contribute to a much higher. When you just divide the total cost by the units, you're sort of skewing it because you would normally pull out the cost associated with the commercial. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I don't know, Leanne, if there's anything else you want to add.
Yeah, I would just say, to your question, Abby, Alder Roth, about adding market units, or any units really. There's prescriptive paths to these deals in Connecticut, and there are caps. And so to the extent that you're adding units, you're not necessarily benefiting from the financing, and that actually would make the gap larger. And you'd have to find, outside sources to then otherwise pay for those units. And we'd be having a discussion about 300 a unit, or it just would make the gap bigger to add units because there's only limited resources available.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think it ultimately, I guess, is a policy decision, kind of how much we pay. I mean, that's one thing. I don't think the city knows how much we pay altogether. I've asked the question, haven't gotten an answer for affordable housing. I think it's an important number for us to know to make these decisions. But a few other questions. In your financials, you have that New Haven is requesting 2.5 million or you're requesting 2.5 million in New Haven soft debt / Urban Act. I know from Mr. Piscatelli that the hope is that will become state funding, but right now it is city funding. So as I understand it, so could you just maybe explain that need?
Well, I'm happy to do that, and Mike certainly can elaborate. So it is a request to the state. There's no city funding right now anticipated besides the property tax abatement, which again allows us to borrow more private resources. We're very hopeful. We've been doing a lot of work. Mike and his team, as well as our team, has been doing a lot of work with the state agency, the Office of Policy Management, in hopes of getting a commitment from the state. And we should know that, we think, in the next few weeks. Obviously, if this moves forward, the state will know that the city is kind of on board, and the momentum is building. If the state does not come through with that, we will have to figure out a plan B in order to get in for our January application, to not be showing a $2.5 million gap. But we're hoping that that's not a path we have to go down right now.
Okay, thanks. So the fact that it says New Haven soft debt / Urban Act, that means state funding. Is just a misnomer. Okay, yes. That's helpful. Then just a few more questions. So I think you said you have applied for Section 8, that you could get Section 8 funding. No, not at all.
Alder Roth, before you continue, let me just go around the room to see if anybody else has a question. We'll come right back to you.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, and great questions. Does anyone from the committee have any question? I thought I saw Alder Edwards, but your hand went down. Do you have any questions at this time? I just want to be able to give everyone an opportunity.
I'll yield to Alder Roth, Mr. Chair, because my question can wait. It's not. Let's get these numbers down. Then I'll ask my process and procedural question about applicants. Thank you.
So the Alder Edwards time has been yielded. Alder Roth, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I in your packet, I think it said there wasn't any Section 8 housing now, but is that something if you applied for, you'd apply for in the future, or no?
We have not yet applied for any. We are assuming some project-based Section 8 vouchers, but it won't be 100% subsidized.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, if you get them, that brings you a lot more rent money, and so would that alter the need for the $400 for what the abatement? I mean, it would be bringing you a lot more revenue. It would be bringing you essentially what the market rate is, or no?
So those rents are in those rents for the portion that we are assuming, that we're assuming that we don't yet have, are in the pro formas today.
Oh,
we actually have the opposite problem. If we don't get them, we'll be in a tougher spot.
Okay.
So we're already assuming they're in there, and that was the basis.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And then I guess I'll ask one more question for now, and then yield to my colleague. So just in looking at, I mean, trying to think like, is there a way that this can cost less for you to operate? I mean, if you look at the monthly operating expenses, if I'm doing my math right, it's over $700. And so I was looking at like, what are these expenses? And you have like utilities, payroll, maintenance, elevator, security, resident services. And then on top of that, you have $63,000 for management fee, $88,000 for an administrative fee. I guess like, what are those things? I mean, that's a lot of money, and it seems like everything that would fall under that is broken out into a separate category. I'm sure it's not, but if you could sort of walk through that to make sure there's not any place for savings, that would be great.
Sure. So you can imagine, managing 150 properties and 18,000 units. Those numbers are sort of baked in as part of our costs and operating expenses. The comparable cost that we're measuring off against is obviously 9th Square, which is a much larger property, but this gets us some more additional scale in the neighborhood, which is great. Those costs are associated with things like accounting and audits and taxes and all of the kind of corporate filings that are required for tax credit properties. The management fee, frankly, covers our staff time that is not on site. So we have, I don't know, Alder Roth, if you've had a chance to meet Christy Rizzo, who's our senior vice president who oversees all of Connecticut. She spends probably 20% of her time at 9th Square these days. So there are other costs that are associated with that aren't strictly speaking like janitorial and utilities, but those are all real costs associated with running the property. And on the property management side, frankly, we break even. It's not a profit center for us, but we're covering the cost to run a great project, to keep the building in great shape, and also to obviously take care of the residents in every way we can. And we're happy to get more detail on those two buckets if it's helpful.
Thank you. I don't think I need more detail. I appreciate you going through that.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder Roth, and thank you for the explanation, Dara and Leanne. I just want to go around the room. I know, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't think you have any questions. Alder Douglas, Alder Ortiz, I don't see that you have any questions, nor Alder Rodriguez. I would like to entertain Alder Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question basically is, I always try to, in some way, ensure actual New Haven residents are going to be placed in some of these apartments. I know, is there a formula? Is there a way? I know we cannot discriminate. However, I need to make sure New Haven residents are housed there, not just through Columbus House, even though that is a population that is most certainly in need. Mm-hmm. But I need to make sure there is going to be some working poor from New Haven, Connecticut, not from Wallingford, not from Guilford, not from Hartford. How do we, like, legally with application processes, how do you handle that? Like, is there some sort of insurance or something we can be given legally?
So Alder Edwards, as you allude to, there are a lot of strict rules about, particularly when you're accessing public resources, about fair housing issues. So we can't create certain exclusions for people. In fact, actually, it's sort of interesting. We're starting construction on this project in Branford, and we're actually going to be creating a priority for 20 New Haven Housing Authority residents at that property. So it's kind of a reverse situation. But you can imagine the town of Branford was very much concerned about, having their own residents live there as well. This will come down to marketing and outreach with local community service groups and institutions to make sure that people who are in New Haven, live in New Haven, work in New Haven, know about the property. And I would guess in that case that we would have a majority of people who ultimately live here will be from New Haven. There will be requirements from our funders that we look outside of New Haven, and like whether it's putting it on the radio in Wallingford or putting it in the paper in Orange, we will have to do that. But I'm very confident that in the end, most of the people who live here will be from New Haven.
Okay, and it's not to be negative. Once again, however, I live in New Haven, born and raised here, and this is an open market. They come to New Haven for services. Everyone does. So
Yeah.
Branford should give us 50% of their units, not just 20. If you know, just to be honest and to keep it 506% with you, Ms. Colville, you know that it should be that way because there are different reasons for different things. Thank you. That's, and as far as your application process, you're doing your own thing. You're not partnering with like Elm City Communities or Housing Authority or anything like that.
Right. No, that will be run by our property management team on the ground.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Edwards. Alder, before I go around, any questions? I don't see any hands raised. Alder Roth, do you have any additional questions? And we do have another item that we want to listen to.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. I'll save for discussion my thoughts. Thank you.
Any additional questions from this committee? Any additional comments from the applicant? No, well, no, I don't see anything. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate your time and holding until 3 hours now with us and you know, fighting through the process with us. We certainly will deliberate. You can certainly stay, or you can wait until tomorrow to speak to Don and ask. But at this time, I would like to entertain any public testimony by the community. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor or against this item? Going once. And I'm going to ask if they can also state your name and address for the record, if you're going to wish to testify on this item. Does anybody from the public wish to testify on this item? Does anyone from the public wish to testify on this item or any of the items that we have just spoken thus far? Okay, so there's no one from the public. I don't see anyone from the public that is going to testify on this item right now, but we'll go through that again once we listen to the final item. And then once we close, we'll deliberate. You certainly don't have to stay, but thank you for your time. And again, thank you for your service and for your commitment to the city and for the things you have already done and continue to do. So thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Dara. Mike, always a phenomenal job. And thank you for your leadership. And I also want to thank Ben for joining us, Ben Phillips. And then seeing that there's no more additional comments or concerns, thank you for your time. And now I would like to hear applicants for the following item, which would be item number 5, I think. Yes. So I'm going to ask for those that are going to testify on item or to bring forth their statement for item number 5, which is from Clara's Global Alliance, submitting on behalf of Community Preservation Partners, DBA Fairbanks Community Partners, LP, an application for tax abatement regarding its 100% affordability. So I would like to entertain all those who are going to speak on that item. If you could state your name and address for the record and state your case.
So can you hear me? This is Barry Cunningham.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm looking at myself. I look like I'm in a cave. What are you going to do? I'm Barry Cunningham. I'm from Grantham, New Hampshire. And I am here today with John Fraser and Seth Gillis from Community Preservation Partners. So I want to make a few comments at the outset, and then I'll ask them to maybe fill in any details, or maybe we just move to some questions. So Community Preservation Partners is a pretty big company. They're in 14 states. They've got over 35,000 residents. They put $2.6 billion in total investment throughout the country, and as in my role as a consultant for affordable housing, I've overseen portfolios all across the country, hundreds and hundreds of properties and different owners and clients and developers. And there's always that few that are kind of at the low end in terms of running properties really thin. They're always getting tagged on REAC inspections. You probably know, you could probably rattle off a few off the top of your head, which we won't do today. And but then there's the people at the other extreme, and that's where Community Preservation Partners is. And they're kind of like what I call the real deal. So so let's talk about the property. Can I share screen?
Yeah, if you would ask staff to allow, please.
Okay. All right, so you can see this right here.
Mm-hmm.
This property is called Fairbank Apartments. It's at the corner of Grand and Ferry. And there's 121 units. On the first floor is Key Bank. Now, Key Bank is the main lender on this property, on this project, this deal. The property is 121 units. 25 of the units are at 50% AMI, and 96 units are at 60% AMI. So it's 100% affordable. It's a tax credit deal, and they already acquired the property in April. We originally applied in, I want to say, early February. I was in actually talks in January and in early February when we applied, but I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I'm glad we're here tonight. So one thing I wanted to, after listening to you for the last 3 hours and listening to some of the issues that come up, there's a lot around what would be a good standard for these tax abatements. And I, working on this issue of tax abatements all around the country, there are different formulas and different ways that people, different cities do things. Part of the problem is, even when you listen to Beacon, is every project is different. There's so many little details that that affect how a property is going to function and whether or not it's financially feasible. And I wanted to just jump straight into it here. Just give me a sec. This is our application. There's a lot of details, which I'm sure we can get to, but I wanted to jump into this issue about need. You could all see this cash flow pro forma?
Yes.
Okay. So this property, when Community Preservation Partners, or CPP, was looking to acquire this, the first thing that I ask when I'm asked to do some research on the property tax issue is, well, all right, well, I'm thinking, well, what are they going to buy it for? What's it currently valued at by the assessor? When's the next revaluation? What level of renovations are you going to be putting in? How might that impact, in the eyes of the assessor, might impact the taxable value down the road? And how does this play into the project? So this pro forma here is what was actually underwritten by Key Bank, by the lender, for this acquisition, which they acquired in April. And as you might be aware, they are going through a revaluation in New Haven right now, with new numbers coming out any day now, which is going to have an impact for the next 5 years in Connecticut. And that doesn't even get to the renovation. So they're in the process actually of doing over $7 million in renovations. They have been migrating tenants to hotels for short-term stays and then back as they renovate. So this renovation has been going on since April. It'll be going on through the spring of next year. And the tax item, the red line for property taxes in this pro forma, is $260,000. That's the actual tax liability for the property right now. And that is based on the assessor's opinion of value based on, at the last reval, of 8.3 million. So its market value in the assessor's eyes is 8.3 million. Well, they're putting $7 million in renovations, and they bought the property for $11 million. So when you take that $3 million premium as an analyst, when I take that $3 million and the $7 million in renovations there, that's $10 million that's coming into this property. Even if the assessor picks up half of that based on the effective tax rate of the city, it's going to add $150,000 to the property. So that's why I wanted to really hone in on here, because there's been a lot of talk about, what's the standard and how do we know? This tells us exactly, the lender has a debt coverage ratio requirement of 1.15, and they're currently at 1.12 in this pro forma, and that's based on the actual taxes, which amounts to about $2,150 per year per unit. So I was listening to your discussion about Beacon, and I was kind of feeling like it might be my fault, because when I proposed what I proposed, and I had been familiar, by the way, I've done some other stuff in the city on abatements going back years with Trinity Financial and the State Street and a couple of other projects that Simon Conover had. So I was familiar with the project, but and looking at this pro forma, the stuff that I was seeing come through, the 250, 400, which I think would probably be appropriate for Beacon. I don't know them. I don't know any of them. I'm just listening to them and knowing the scope of their project. That probably sounds about right. But on this property, the need wasn't that great. And so I decided that 1,500, when you plug in 1,500, it drops the tax liability from 260 to 180. And what it does is it creates that buffer that the lender's looking for. So we're already right at 112 when they're looking for 1.15. And that would provide the room, and that's at 1,500 a unit. And like I said, they're currently paying 2,150. It would almost work with a little less cushion at 1,750 a unit. But the proposal that we have on hand, and then I'll stop talking, is for 1,500 a unit for 17 years for similar reasons that you've heard tonight, with a 3% bump every year.
Okay.
It helps them keep inside their threshold without losing money. And what it does is it assures that we don't also have this reval that's going to come down the pike that's going to kind of blow it out of the water and make it insolvent. It could make it insolvent in one swoop. So with that, I can't, if you have any questions that are really bubbling up, or I could maybe pass it off to Seth or John, if there's anything else that you would like to add.
Sure.
So-
No, thanks, Barry. Thanks for running through it. I think a few things to add.
Sorry,
I'll stop here.
Your name and address for the record, please.
11330 Bright Pond Lane in Reston, Virginia.
Thank you.
A few things to add, and sorry, I walked away from my computer because I have an echo. Barry covered a lot of points. One thing is that this property is 100% affordable, and we've deepened and extended that affordability as well. We have a tier of units down to 50% AMI, and the rest of it 60% AMI. And we've extended that affordability out for another 35 years. Another aspect of the reason why the deal might look a little bit stressed right now is because we undertook a really meaningful rehab. So in order to underwrite that level of rehab, where we're doing really substantial.
We're having difficulty.
Hey, John?
Yes.
I apologize. You kind of just started to fade away, like we just thought you were like running out running down the road or something. So we had difficulty hearing you.
So is that better?
No, now we're getting.
Here, how about I give this a shot a little bit? This is Seth Gillis.
Yeah, sure.
5 Marmion Drive, Reston or Herndon, Virginia. John and I worked together on this community, and I think where he was going is not only was the affordability lengthened by virtue of the investment that we were able to make, the renovation was conducted and done so to a really high quality and high level that'll extend the useful life of the building to serve the residents and the community members. A focus on community and services was added. And in addition to all of that, what were market rate units previously were transitioned to being affordable units to actually add more affordable housing for the community as part of our renovation plan. And I think that that's an important component to understand, because it would have been very easy to have left those as market rate units. Instead, we were able to add more affordability to serve more residents. So I think those are the points that I would add to what Barry had said. If John has anything to add and worked out his computer issues, he can certainly jump in.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened there. The only thing I'll add is that, we did this with no increase to the amount of rent paid by the tenants. There's no increase in the tenant paid portion. But thank you, Seth, for jumping in there. I'm not sure what happened there.
So then I'm just gonna finish that then with one other little foray back into my spreadsheet. I'm kind of a numbers guy, to an extent. I wanted in my pro forma, I have this year one, and I have the pro forma, and I have it broken down per unit. And then I compare that to the National Apartment Association's 2020 survey for affordable housing, just to see how it compares on a per unit basis with what is actually happening on the ground with the property. And you can see here that under the National Association survey, and this is for affordable housing, mid-rise, where the owner pays utilities. And they have a total cost, and by the way, I include the backup. This is where I'm drawing from on the next page. But if you look at the NAA, the National Apartment, the NAA survey, the total cost expenses are $10,500 a year, and the subject is at $11,858, which is consistent on an expense ratio basis. But the big thing that jumps out is the basis for why the premium is in property taxes and in utilities. And as you probably know, in New England, property taxes and utilities are generally higher than most places in the country generally. And so when you normalize those, the subject is very much in line, with the exception of a premium for the social services coordinator and the amenities associated with that person. And so my point about this, and I'll stop talking, is just to explain that the subject properties per unit costs is in the norm with national standards when you understand some of where those differences come from or where the divergence is.
Thank you. I appreciate that, the presentation that was presented before us, and the explanation within that pro forma and the breakdown. I would like to entertain any questions from my committee at this time, if any. I know it's been 4.5 hours, so we're almost done. Just hang in there, Alder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you all presenting. I also want to apologize I know there was confusion several months ago with the meeting, so to apologize for that. I do know, though, today, we got a document from you today during the day, I think is what you were showing on the screen. I worked during the day, so I did not get a chance to see it, and I was trying to follow, but the font was very small, so I guess I want to frame it with, I feel a little uncomfortable getting a document today that I didn't have a chance to carefully review and then to vote on something. I do have a few questions, so based on the documents we had previously. One on the Section 8, just to clarify that, because it looks like your plan is to increase, it's great to increase, lower the AMI rates and make it 100% more affordable, but at the same time, increase your rents. And so is it that you're able to do that because you'll get more funding from the federal government through the Section 8. Maybe I may be confused, but if you could just walk us through how that would work, that would be great.
Sure. When we purchased the property, we have to request an assignment and assumption of that HAP contract, that Section 8 contract from HUD. As part of that process, we submit rent comp studies and things like that to increase those rents to comparable market rents in that neighborhood. So the contract rent goes up accordingly, but the tenant portion doesn't change. It's always fixed at 30% of that resident's income. So essentially the difference comes in the form of rental subsidy.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And I guess what I was getting at is sort of the need. Does that reduce the need for you to get a tax abatement because you are getting more rental? You're getting more money right now when those rents go up.
Right. No, what that actually does is that is leveraged into the debt and also the equity that fund the renovation. Right. So it doesn't have any effect on the operating expenses because the federal government will only give you adjustments to market as defined by their appraisal guidelines. So that is some developers will go and ask for soft debt, which if we asked for a couple $1 million of soft debt from the city, that would reduce the need to ask for a reduction. But it's, one hand or the other. What those rents drive is they drive the renovation at the end of the day. So there's different ways that people go about doing the good work in affordable housing. We choose to try to leave as much of the soft sources available for new construction activities, sort of like what was being presented earlier, when we can utilize the program by understanding it to drive the capital sources needed for the renovation.
Yeah, as part of that approval with HUD, we submit our construction schedule of values, our scope of work. So that's part of what's rolled into their rent adjustment is justifying what we're going to underwrite, which is that scope of work.
Thank you.
And Alder Roth, I just wanted to apologize myself for the delay of this document, this edition today. Normally, what happens is, I had submitted what you're probably looking at was the draft, and I was waiting for some feedback and didn't get that. So I got short notice that we were on the agenda for tonight, and I was away at a funeral, and so I apologize for the delay in getting it to you today.
Noted. Totally understood.
Thank you.
Then I guess my other question, I've asked this to someone else tonight, about the developer's fee. It looks, maybe I'm misinterpreting this, that there's a fee of like 4.5 million. Is that accurate?
So our fee, total fee for this property was 4.3 million. But how it works in Connecticut is there's only about 2 million of that is for true paid fee, which get paid out over about 24 months, 2 years. The rest of it is deferred and reinvested back into the project and payable out of any surplus cash flow if it's available kind of over the next 7-10 years, something like that.
Yeah, and if you're familiar with the surplus cash formula, it's almost like you're not going to get it. It's almost kind of like a hope distribution. I mean, we have properties where there hasn't been a distribution in Connecticut, properties in Connecticut where there hasn't been a distribution based on the surplus cash formula for 20 years, for 2 decades.
Yeah. Another way to think of it is, tax credit projects. The equity comes from basis, and an increased developer fee incurs more basis, or lets you underwrite more equity. This is kind of this is how it works with CHFA, so you can underwrite this rehab.
And then my final question, I know it's late, is just if the AMI is being lowered, are there people who live there now who have a higher AMI, and what is going to happen to them?
Sure. No, so I mean, that's part of the analysis we do up front, the due diligence that we do. We do a file audit. So we made sure before committing to CHFA that we were going to lower those AMI targets, that nobody would be displaced.
Thank you.
So, and Michael Piscatelli, if he's still there, is there anything that I haven't touched upon? I know that he had mentioned, the lender. I did mention the Key Bank is the lender on this. Okay. Was there anything else I'm missing, Mike?
Just through the chair, recognize how late it is tonight, and a lot of information was put on the screen. The team from Fairbanks has not had an opportunity to present directly to Lishta, which is like one of the reasons why, again, it's a little bit of a disconnect there. I hope you're getting a good context for the quality of what they're doing, and a project that has a bit of a signature nature in the middle of Fairhaven and supports a lot of preservation of existing housing. The committee may or may not be in a position to take action on this tonight, but I hope it provides the level of context to get us organized around it. You've heard tonight on projects in a whole band of different project types, right? New construction, rehab, financing sources. And I think what Barry and the team did today was give you a good sense for how they navigate a way to bring a project home and support many of the residents that are on site there.
Thank you, Mike. And if I can just have your name and address for the record, please.
So sorry, I'm Michael Piscatelli, Economic Development Administrator, 353 Summit Street here in New Haven.
Thank you, sir. No need. It's certainly late, and I definitely understand. Any additional questions from the committee at this time? I recognize Vice Chair Alder Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just making sure, because like I say, I've been here for a while, since 5:30, maybe all the committees that we've been here. I just want to make sure I heard correctly and I read correctly too. So right now, you guys paid, what is it, 2,100 per unit?
2150 per
Okay.
unit, asking for 1,500.
Yeah, that was part of my question. Now, you are going to get more rent per apartment, but the portion that the tenant pays is going to stay the same. Am I correct?
That's right. Yeah, that rent adjustment's already occurred. That happened prior to us closing in April. The tenant portion, because those are project-based Section 8 units, will always remain at 30% of that tenant's income. So as the tenant's income increases, that percentage might go up a little bit, that portion, but it's always fixed at that 30%.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure that I heard correctly, that you're going to get more rent, tenant is going to stay the same, but you are asking to lower from 21 to 15. Am I correct there?
That is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I also want to just add that Lisha did had opportunity to listen to this item, and they don't have any recommendation. They're in agreement with the changes that is being presented before us through this applicant. So Lisha did hear it, and they recommended that it is appropriate for this particular project.
That's great. I really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Any additional questions? Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, I guess I'm reading a different, maybe Dan is Dan, you around. What I'm reading here, the Lista Group recommended no change to the current agreement. Am I correct, Dan? Dan, are you there? Through the chair, of course.
Of course. And I believe they were disapproved prior. They were also asked to withdraw, and there were no changes recommended to the current agreement.
If I could add some that might provide some context, I had submitted the application in draft form originally, and the plan was to fill in some blanks that were previously left blank. And beyond that, I'm not sure what happened, but we were never called in. There was, and this is, I'm sure everyone's real busy and COVID, and it's, so we never heard about it wasn't until after, like, there were meetings that were held that we found out that hey, we're going to recommend no change. And I went back and like, hey, this is kind of not the way I'm used to. And is there a chance for us to sit and talk and go over? And so a few days ago, I got that an email that we were going forward today, and that here was some things that we needed. So we needed some meat around this pro forma and how do you get to the 1,500? So I wanted to really drill down on that. So it's very likely that in the past, what they had in front of them would have probably appropriately called for no change because it wasn't complete. I just wasn't allowed or involved in up until recently, the last couple of days, to fill in those blanks. And that's probably what happened.
Wait, like Mr. Piscatelli said, I think Fairbanks hasn't come before us, and maybe we get more clarity, once they come in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, of course. And I think that we can take a similar approach once we deliberate, where this would be a recommendation from this committee to go to the full board. Again, with the caveat that if there's any concerns, questions, or information needed by the Board of Alders, that we get that prior to the second reading for final approval.
Absolutely, we'll do that. Absolutely. And I would be hearing from, would it be?
Would be either Don Hayden, Al Lucas, or
okay, Lucas. Lucas is who I was dealing with. Okay, great. And anything that you need is no problem. We're dialed in.
Any additional questions? I see no more questions, so you can certainly remain on the line, or you can wait and you can call tomorrow Don Hayden, and he'll let you know what was the decision of this body. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mike. And at this time, I believe that we have no more items to discuss, with the exception of the last three items, which is 6, 7, and 8. We don't have the participants or the applicants before us, given that. And before I continue, I just want to make sure I'm looking. Okay, so items 6, 7, and 8, which are deferring collection of real property taxes for these three applicants, they meet the criteria. So we can certainly have a discussion during deliberation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Did you want to ask if there was any public testimony for the Fairbanks?
Yes. So as a matter of fact, I'm going to ask public testimonies on items 1 through 8. So at this time, I will entertain anyone from the public who wishes to testify on any of the items that were heard this evening. Going once. And Don, I want to ask you if there's anyone in the public that you may want to let in. At this time, I would like to ask anyone from the public to testify in favor or against items 1 through 8.
Yeah, I don't see anyone there.
At this time, I would like to entertain any testimony or hear any testimony that is presented this evening on the items 1 through 8, if in favor or against, going 3 times. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public portion of this meeting.
I move to close the public portion.
The motion has been submitted. It has been seconded.
That was quick.
No discussion. All in favor, please indicate it with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Aye.
Nays? Any abstention? The ayes have it. What is the wish of this committee? Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, let's begin. I move to give 1 and 2 leave to withdraw.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion. This is the 3rd time that they have been asked to come before us. They have not come before us, and it is appropriate for me to withdraw. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please indicate it with an aye.
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 Any nays? Change your mind? No? The ayes have it. Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. I make a motion on item number 3 that we grant the abatement and start the foreclosure.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Vice Chair.
No, because he's a 92-year-old lady that qualifies, and it's about to be foreclosed. We have stopped foreclosures before, so I don't see why we shouldn't help this lady.
I agree. And given the coming months, and it's going to be a little chilly, if we can have the opportunity to preserve that and keep her in her home, for the time being. I am also in agreement with that. Any additional comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, all in favor to approve this item, please indicate it with an aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstention? The ayes have it. Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, go the tricky ones. I move, make a motion on item number 4, that we move it forward with the caveat that they bring all the documents necessary for us to approve it before it comes to the second readings.
Do I hear a second? I don't see a second. The motion dies. Do I hear another motion for this item? Anyone?
I'll second it.
Oh, so the item, pardon me, the motion has been placed that we would approve this item, or at least remove it from our committee favorably, with the information and documents needed to be presented to be done before the second reading. It was seconded by Alder Roth. Discussion. Any discussion at all?
No, we discussed it enough, so I guess.
I'm in agreement. And
Well,
again,
the only thing I will say that we got to do our homework on this, make sure any questions that any of us will have to bring it forward, don't wait until the last minute. So anything you need to go through the share, get it going. That way we get more clarity, so we could vote and we could present it to the full board and then vote it favor, yes or no.
I agree. Alder Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, this is Vessel, correct?
That is not Vessel. This is Beacon.
This is Beacon, right? Okay. I wanted to make sure because I wrote 4 for Beacon, then I got confused. Okay.
Oh, you're right.
So I want to. I got I take too many notes.
I
Thank
know.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm back home.
So I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Alder Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just want to make a few comments. I mean, both of these items that we just heard, I know you're the chair of the LISHTA committee, but you were not present. It raises serious concerns with how the LISHTA process works. I don't think it's been very helpful for either of these items that come before us tonight, and I think it's something that needs to be looked at. In terms of this project, I mean, Beacon is a great community citizen. I mean, they've done a great job in New Haven with affordable housing and in other locations. I do think it's important to think, like, it's really expensive housing, and we don't know how much money we put into, we kind of give up in tax abatements. And what is our framework for looking at these? Do we look at what the revaluation rate is going to be downtown and then do a discount from that? Or do we say, how much does it cost Beacon, and make sure they can cover their costs? I really wish we had had a hearing on that, so we'd have more of a way to evaluate all of these. I do feel those are concerns for me. I feel in this case, I think they have shown they have a good track record. Yes, they are going to make some money off of it, but no one except for sort of the housing authority basically is a governmental entity are looking, they are also building quality, affordable housing that we very much need. So,
indeed, I duly noted. I just want to add that my phone died, so if anybody needs to reach me, send me a private message through this particular Zoom. So if you need to say something for me to ask, or if you don't feel comfortable saying something and would like for me as a chair to ask it, feel free to send me a private message through Zoom. But duly noted. Thank you, Alder Roth. Any additional questions, comments on these items? Seeing none, all in favor, please indicate it with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstention? Anyone wishes to change their mind? No. Seeing none, the ayes have it. Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, the fifth, it's kind of tricky because Mr. Piscatelli said that they're gonna come to us. I think Fairbanks did not present it to Lista. Do we have to make a motion, or we can just, because they have to come to us? I don't think there's any hurry on this one, the way they sounded. I mean,
I think based on what you stated on the what you've read, I
yeah.
think there was a recommendation for no change in the current taxes, I believe you said. And I think that was a recommendation from Lista,
That's it.
not to make any changes to the taxes. I believe to the tax agreement. Let me go back. I could be wrong.
No, yeah, that's what the recommendation for Lista was. But what I'm saying is that, actually, did we even move the item before?
We did.
We did, okay.
There's no motion at this time. Anyone can make a motion at this time.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure it moved and we in discussion. No, what I'm saying that I know the recommendation is no change, but also when Mr. Piscatelli was testifying, then he said that the Fairbanks did not come to the Lista committee, and they are going to present to either to us or to Lista. I mean, is that what I heard? Or yeah.
Great question. I did not hear that. I heard that the bank was the I believe they're the ones that are going to make the loan, if I'm not mistaken, the loaner. But I don't know if they're going to come for Lista.
No, I'm almost positive that that's what he said, that the bank, he said, unfortunately, the bank could not present in front of Lista, but they're going to send something to us with the numbers. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, so I don't want to make a motion to move it forward if I'm not sure, unless.
Do you have any recollection of the statement from the applicant?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The Lister recommendation was on the original request from Fairbanks.
Okay.
It's prior to this current email that was sent out saying that they were going to increase it to $1,500 a month, $1,500 per unit with a 3% increase annually. So Lister did not have that information before him at that time.
Got it. Gotcha. Does that bring more clarity, Mr. Vice Chair?
No, but Don, do you recall Mr. Piscatelli's testimony about the bank not presenting to Lista?
No, I didn't.
I'm almost positive. I don't know if somebody.
Honestly, great question. Alderoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, my colleague from Ward 15, if he's asked, no, none of the developers were present at the Lista meeting.
Okay.
So, and I don't, my sense was that like they weren't supposed to be there. I mean, there wasn't like a mention that, oh, they're not here. It was just a discussion without their being there. So I don't know what the norm is, if they're usually invited or not.
No, normally folks that are applicants that are looking to come to the tax amendment committee, they're not invited to Lista. Lista is consisting of myself, Alder Santiago, Alder Saldicola, and members of the city of New Haven, either senators, tax assessors, tax collectors, and other folks within the city of New Haven. So it is not a public meeting. It is it's not open to the applicants either. We actually review and analyze the application and the numbers in that particular meeting, and then we disclose that information with the tax abatement here and the recommendations that we make as a unit. If they don't make sense for whatever reason, we say just that. No recommendation to go back and give us new numbers. But if it doesn't make sense, then we tell the applicant come back at a later date with better numbers, and then we'll revise them. Then we'll bring it to tax abatement. So you're correct, Alder Roth, that there was no present applicant at the list. Well, Alder, Mr. Fisher.
Okay, can we, let's say that we move this forward? Can at any point, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I just want to make sure. Yes. Can at any point we bring it back to committee?
I'm more than certain that, and I know that we have the Mr. Majority Leader present, but I'm certain that if we make a request for this item to be, to go over this item, instead of actually hearing it, we can actually ask the president to send it back to committee. If there's any uncertainty or there's more communication needed, we can request for the item to be sent back to committee, if I'm not mistaken, through the president of the Board of
Mr.
Aldermen.
Chair,
Yes.
this one is slightly different from the others. It was previously given leave to withdraw, so it would go back to the board as a matter previously discussed by the board if there is a change to it.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure that if this item gets sent out of committee, we can certainly skip over it.
It normally doesn't go in as a first and second reading for this one because of the fact it was previously disapproved and they did not resubmit
Gotcha.
the entire thing. They've asked for a reconsideration.
Okay. Given the vice chair's prior comments that it doesn't seem like needs to be rushed for whatever reason, even if it needed to be rushed, we certainly try not to anyway. What is your recommendation at this time in regards to a motion?
Can we? Can I ask one more question? Can it be passed over? And by the board? Like if we move it and we're not comfortable, we could pass it over, right?
If it's a communication, if it's a first and second reading, can we skip over it, Don?
I would have to check into it, but I don't see why you couldn't be able to pass it over to the next meeting.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many times that we can skip over it. I believe we can do it 2-3 times, but we definitely do not make that a habit or a practice. So just for clarity, we certainly can do that. We would not recommend to do that unless it's absolutely necessary. So given that there's some doubt on that, we can table the item if needed and then request for additional
now, Mr. Chair, don't forget that as of December 31st, there is no longer the official tax abatement committee until it is reset up by the president.
I forgot that. Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right. Again, this is just a recommendation from this committee, and we can, again, the full board will make the final decision. And if we are in caucus and we make the determination that we cannot make a final approval, we will not. So nothing that will be approved without the full board.
But at least it will be in the board, and you can
deny it.
You can request it that it be passed over or held into the board until the next meeting, and not have to worry about the committee itself. You would still be involved as the chair of the committee that had it.
Yes. And please forgive me and I mean, my brain is a little bit shot right now. Mr. Vice Chair, do you have any additional questions?
Yeah, no, can I make a motion so we could get this done?
Go ahead.
I'm making a motion that we move it forward with the caveat that we get all the information, and if not, we'll pass it over. I mean, simple like the other ones.
You will hear a second.
If not,
do I hear a second on this motion?
Second.
The motion has been moved. We have been seconded. Discussion.
We discussed it enough. Yeah. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually would feel better passing it over. I do think the committee, I have in my notes from listening in that they were talking about $1,500 in the committee. So I find that a little confusing, but I guess I have a few concerns. One, we got the documents today, didn't have a chance to look at it. Two, if everyone in the building is going to be able to stay in the building, in actuality, it's not making it more affordable. They're all already at that rate of AMI. And if I'm sort of following it correctly. And then in terms of it is great they're doing renovations and they're improving the housing, but we're basically lowering significantly what they pay in taxes to pay for the renovation. I guess I think of all the taxpayers across the city. They probably wish we could lower their tax rate so that they could pay for the renovation for their own taxes. And so, yeah, I just don't feel comfortable giving that much of a lower tax without sort of studying those documents more, given the fact that it seems like it's basically just going to pay for this renovation and they're not really lowering the AMI in reality, since everyone's already at that rate, if I understood correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Roth. Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'll be quick. You know, it's like what I said at my last comment when they were present. They're getting more money, and they want to pay less per apartment. So I mean, I'll withdraw my motion, and if we want to pass it over, we'll pass it over, because all the Roth makes sense. What I said at the end, my question was that they want to lower from 2,100 to 15, but they want to raise the rent, even though the tenants are going to pay the same, they're going to be getting more money. So I mean, that's why I asked for clarification. Is that what they wanted? And they say, yeah, they're going to get more money. Tenants say the same, but they're still going to get more money, and they want to pay less. So
what I'm hearing from you is that you're looking to make a friendly amendment to your.
Yeah. No, I'll just withdraw my motion.
Entirely. Okay. Can you? I'm going to ask if my colleague Alder Douglas, if you can withdraw your second.
I'll withdraw my second.
Thank you. You're still muted, Alder Edwards.
Throw me away. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, just for clarification, and I think Mr. Hayden clarified this already, but I just want to remind everyone through you, Mr. Chair, that if this is passed over or whatever, it won't come back to us as a committee. Correct?
Not necessarily. If it's passed over, it'll pass over. It won't be heard at the Board of Alders, and it'll go into the next committee meeting. Now,
which may be next year, correct?
Yes. No, the next Board of Alders meeting is the 26th, I believe. Or I'm sorry.
Point of clarification for you,
please,
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Don.
If you leave it in committee, then you would have the opportunity for another committee meeting next month, which unfortunately is late in the month, but we can see about moving it sooner rather than later. And hopefully you can send me your questions and I can forward them to Fairbanks and Economic Development to get your answers.
Yes, and we do need to move it forward, because I will be canceling the meeting if there's not an earlier meeting.
I can find out tomorrow whether or not. Well, I can check with
just a point of
Lucas whether or not we can get an earlier date, December.
Yes. So just a point of clarity as well for everyone. We moved for an earlier date to accommodate everyone's request. Alder Edwards, you still have the floor, ma'am.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure I still had the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because in my head, if I compare this to something else we did earlier tonight, we sent it to full board. Why wouldn't we send this to full board? It doesn't have to have a favorable recommendation.
Correct.
But it's still out in the atmosphere and it can still go through the process.
That is correct.
And we still get the information, or am I missing something?
You're missing something.
Okay.
Okay. The problem is, again, this is not a new communication. So it would have to go to the full board as a matter previously approved, which was leave to withdraw.
Okay. We denied it in June, I believe, of 2021.
Correct. So it would go in under that. And then you would have to get them to request from leadership or from the president of the board that they pass it over for the next meeting.
Correct.
Or you would have to leave it in committee and then try to hold a meeting next month. Because it can, once you have made an action on it, it can go before the board, whether they vote on it in December or January. Alder Crespo, as the previous chair, would still be the one that would discuss it, get up and speak about it.
Correct.
But there is no tax abatement meeting in January because there is no tax abatement committee.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Hayden. So, Mr. Chair, like I said, maybe I'm confused, but I thought there was an instance, or we were able to go, or the chair was able to go to leadership to get it reassigned as a first reading in instances like this sometimes. Because I thought we typically didn't have December meetings, even though you can call a meeting, or which means we don't really meet into February anyway, if we are even the same committee. So why would we not push it, get it reassigned as a first reading and go from there?
Because it's not, it did not come in as a new communication. Therefore, it has no first and second reading. This is a continuation from the board meeting back in June that gave it leave to withdraw.
So
that's why I'm saying this one is an oddball as far as the way it's coming through the board.
And it doesn't always happen, but this one did come in before us in the past, and it was leave to withdraw, and we denied it in June. So because it's coming back to us, it's no longer a communication nor a first reading. I believe if it goes to the board, it'll be second, or is it UC?
Neither. It comes under miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous. Okay. All right. And that's where
if you look at it as a constituent has asked you to change, or LCI wants to make a change on a matter previously approved, they go to the alder for that area, who puts in a request for a matter previously approved.
Right, and this is where we go.
So it would go, it wouldn't be a UC, but it would normally go for the next meeting to be voted on by the board.
And it'll be what Mr. Majority Leader normally, I believe, goes through suspended.
Yep. I understand. I had a similar situation with one of my sliver lots last month.
Yeah.
Correct.
And we pushed it through.
Right.
You know.
So because I had Mr. Vice Chair make a motion, it was seconded by Alder Douglas, but he rescinded his motion. So in a second, there's still no motion on the table. So Alder Edwards, you can certainly make a motion. Before you do, I wanted to ask Mr. Vice Chair if there was anything further that he wanted to.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You should make a motion to have a discussion on it.
Right. So before we have any discussion, I just want to ask that if my computer dies, for Mr. Vice Chair to take over the meeting.
Yeah.
But before we continue to discuss this item, I need to entertain a motion at this time.
Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking
before we entertain any motion, I would like to recognize Mr. Majority Leader at this time. And
yeah, he got the answer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for speaking at your meeting, but there seems to be a bit of confusion.
You're welcome to join us as a voting member in this committee, sir. And I recognize you, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you. By virtue of the office of the president, she can assign anything as a first reading, first of all. And if it is the pleasure of the chair for us to hold this item on the floor, then we can certainly do so.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That crystal. Hopefully that answers Alder Edwards' question, and it certainly clears any doubt in my mind, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, so then we make a motion that we send it through with the caveat that we get all the information. And if it doesn't, we got the power to send it back to first reading. And we meet twice in December anyways, right? The 6th and the 20th. So, okay, so I already made the motion.
Do I hear a second?
Yeah.
Motion has been moved, has been seconded. We've had plenty of discussion. Does anybody else need to add any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Any abstention? The ayes carry. I entertain a motion for items 6, 7, and 8.
I make a motion that we grant the abatement to all three because they qualify before and they still meet the requirements.
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. We understand that they qualify. Discussion. Anybody wish to add anything? Seeing none. All in favor indicated with an eye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstention? I'm sorry. Any nays? Any abstention? You wish to change your mind? Seeing none. The ayes.
Yeah, we did it.
I entertain a motion to adjourn.
We did it. No, I don't want to. I don't want to go. I don't want to stay here.
A motion to adjourn is.
No, I want to stay.
Who moved it?
Alder Douglas.
Alder Douglas, seconded. No discussion needed. All in favor indicated with an eye.
No, I want to stay.
Any ayes? Any nays? The ayes have it.
Good night, guys. Be safe.
Go have a great night, guys. God bless you all.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy turkey, guys.
Happy turkey. Wobble, wobble.
Llegó el pavo.